that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way. Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years. As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. HH2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. renewable energy. Wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2023 BETD. My name is Jennifer Porto. I will be your moderator here for the sessions in the Europasaal. All of our sessions here take place in English. I saw a couple of questions from people in the audience earlier today. Just a quick announcement. For our studio sessions that happen in between the Weltsaal and the Europasaal sessions, if you want to check out a studio session, they are being broadcast live in the Weltsaal, or you can use your tablet or your smartphone to watch them because they're also for our internet audience. And with that, I'd like to say hello to our internet audience. Thank you so much for joining us today here for the 2023 BETD. It's such a pleasure to welcome my guests on the stage today for our first panel in the Europasaal, entitled Staying on Track While Securing Supply. We're going to have a few rounds of questions. At some point, I hope that a dialogue between all of you takes over. Right now, I'd like to introduce our guests for this panel. Sitting just to my left is Karolina Novak, the State Secretary for Decarbonization at the Energy Ministry of the Republic of Moldova. Benoit Revaz, the Director of the Federal Office of Energy in Switzerland. Antonella Battaglini, the CEO of Renewables Grid Initiative in Germany. Claire McLaughlin, the Head of the Energy Division, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water in Australia. And Adrian Chua, the Deputy Secretary and Chief Sustainability Officer at the Ministry of Trade and Industry in Singapore. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining today. A round of applause for all of our panelists for making it here. Panelists, our guiding question today is, how can the global energy crisis be addressed by increasing energy security and avoiding energy poverty while we take those urgently needed steps towards climate introduction? That's our guiding question for today. But I'd like to start off with some questions for each of you individually. Karolina Novak, I'd like to start with you. You've said that the 2022 energy crisis in Moldova was the worst crisis ever for the country. I want to ask you, can you tell us a little bit about what this meant for your country over the course of the past winter, and what lessons did you learn about how to best secure energy for the next winter?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to say it's like a fish in the aquarium, because it's like such an amazing pool of people and experts. But to answer your question, 2022 was by far the worst crisis I think my country faced. And before the war started in Ukraine, we used to be fully dependent by the Russian gas. It was one source. And out of that source, we are also producing up to 70% of our electricity supplies. Then what happens? The war starts in February. I remember generally that day was right after 3 weeks when I started my job, and it was in the midst of, it was actually a storm of crises, in fact, because we had still the crisis of COVID, then there was a refugee crisis, since we are next to the border with Ukraine, that followed with an energy crisis, and inevitably we had as well an inflation of up to 34%. And then you have economic recession and your GDP is being affected. And then you have 70% of the energy poverty in Moldova. So it was all of this crisis hitting on our government. There was a high possibility of protests and even toppling the government, I would say. But no matter what, it was initially, a survival mode. In the midst of all of this crisis, because then Gazprom reduced its supplies as of October 2022. It started in October 2021, when actually Europe continued to get its gas from Russia, but we already had this shock before. And I must admit, it was a lot of the first times for us, no matter the crisis, the spectrum of it all. We first time actually bought gas on the spot market. We first time diversified fully all our supplies to the extent that 70% are non-Russian gas sources. First time we actually bought electricity on the spot market because there was not much willingness before. It was a certain inertia. We scaled up our renewables, so it was a lot of first time. And that helped us to actually do this leapfrog in a way, because certain plans we had in terms of electricity grids, but also I would even say the diversification of gas supplies, it was not really in the pipeline before because it was just comfortable as it was. And then you have a force majeure shock, which pushes you and you overhaul the whole system of the energy system. So this is just in the full scale of how it was for us. But there were a lot of lessons learned, and the lesson learned here was we don't have fossil fuels, we don't have oil, gas, but then let's invest into renewables, and because it also brings us energy independency. Let's build on what we have on our land and also provide jobs. It's the full circular activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good lessons learned when it comes to renewable energies. Benoit Revaz, we're going to stick with renewable energies for you. Switzerland is already dependent on Germany and France, especially in winter, and with nuclear power set to phase out in Switzerland in 2034. This dependency could increase further if the expansion of renewable energies and sector coupling aren't decisively driven forward. What are your plans? What are Switzerland's plans and actions in order to make renewable energies, to bring them forward during the next few years?
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for the invitation today to this panel. Actually, Switzerland faces two challenges. We won't replace the nuclear power plants at the end of the operation. And this will be in the next decades. There is no time limit for the operation of the nuclear power plants. The security is the only criteria. And at the same time, we have our climate goals with the decarbonization. So meeting both goals together will mean an acceleration of the development of new renewables in Switzerland, a reinforcement of the existing capacities, especially the hydro capacities and the extension of the hydro reservoirs. So the first pillars is to extend the electrons produced in Switzerland. The second one is the quality, so to push water from the summer to the winter by extending the reservoirs. And probably the most challenging point is on the demand side, because this is the very first resource we do have, all states do have, and to accelerate the increase of efficiency at households, heating, cooling, processes in industries, and this is a huge challenge, but this is now an investment considering the prices we had in 2022 and still have in 2023. And of course, it won't come by itself. There is a lot of investment, engagement, and also we need workforces to accelerate that over the next years.
Thank you very much. We're going to have a panel here tomorrow about specialized workforces, if you're joining us for day 2. Antonella Battaglini, Renewables Grid Initiative. So the European power system is responding to energy and climate concerns by increasing the share of renewable energy, which we've just heard. In the next years and decades, renewable energy will be the main component of the European power mix. Can you describe to us a little bit about how the Renewables Grid Initiative comes into play here?
So thank you very much for the invitation. Let me start by saying that if you want renewables, you need to want grids. Because building renewables and not having the grid that connects them to the areas where they are needed, you have done nothing. And for many, many years, we have been pushing for renewables, but we have not dared to talk and promote grids because they are not very attractive. And today we see that not only in Europe, but globally, we have bottlenecks to the growth of renewables that is really coming from the inability of the grids to integrate fast enough. So this is what we do with the Renewables Grid Initiative, which is a very strange organization. And so allow me to mention that this is an association of transmission system operators and environmental and climate NGOs. Because what we are talking about here is that how do we deliver this energy transition that we need with the time we need, which is really not much, but also in a fair way, because resources are limited. And so how do we put in place this massive amount of infrastructure that is needed without impacting nature and taking people along? Because what you don't want is to go against people. This energy transition is for people, and you got to do with the people. And of course, we do have a global energy crisis, but we also have a global financial crisis, we have a global biodiversity crisis, and we have an increasingly global water crisis. Just one more word. The complexity will give us the sustainable solutions. If we look for solutions sector by sector, if we want to fix this and that, we will fail. But if we look horizontally, then we will find the solutions that fit all these needs.
Thank you very much. Claire McLaughlin, so Carolina Novak told us a little bit about some of the lessons that they've learned. I want to know from you, from Australia's perspective, what is Australia's experience of the energy transition, and are there lessons that can be shared? We have to do this together.
Thanks very much, and it's fantastic to be here. Very happy to have been invited. So in response to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the European community took bold action to ensure energy system security. But the consequences of Russia's aggression have reshaped global energy markets, and energy security implications have been felt, of course, well beyond Europe. Impacts of supply of gas to Europe in June last year caused an unprecedented price rise in Australia that required the market operator to suspend our spot market for the first time. Energy security and the clean energy transition are now inextricably linked. Acceleration of decarbonisation in the energy sector is both essential to reach global climate goals and, as importantly, decrease dependence, particularly on unreliable energy partners. But transition itself also inherently brings risks that need to be actively managed. So picking up on some of your points about the grid, Australia is ahead globally on renewables integration. More than 50% of generation in our national electricity market is coming from photovoltaics, and we are encountering some of these challenges about integration and what the implications are for the grid, potentially earlier than other parts of the world. So I guess social licence is a key point. You made the point, Antonella, about bringing people with us. The scale of what we need to do in the world, but from my point of view, particularly in Australia, to achieve what we are trying to do is extraordinary. And at the moment, 1 in 3 households in Australia has solar panels on its roof. And parts of our grid have been supplied by 90+% of renewables. But to meet our targets of 82% renewable electricity Australia-wide, we have to increase investment, deployment and access to renewable energy sources. We need, for example, 30 times the amount of storage, 9 times the amount of wind, and 9 times the amount of rooftop and utility scale PV, and an investment 4 times larger than our annual energy investment to get to net zero. A fact that I was stunned to discover is that to support grid-scale uplift of renewables, Australia will need at least 10,000 kilometres of new transmission, equal to the linear distance from Singapore to London, which some of us flew a couple of days ago, and it's a very long way. So for us, questions about social licence, about how you engage with people in a conversation about offshore wind, about building new power lines through agricultural and Indigenous lands, these are big challenges that we're grappling with at the moment, and that the crisis of the last year or so has brought into really sharp relief for us.
Thank you very much, Claire McLaughlin. Adrian Chua. Singapore is unlike Australia, small and densely populated country with very limited natural resources when it comes to renewable energies. Could you please tell us some more about your specific situation and how Singapore has overcome the volatile energy markets in the past few years?
Thank you. So Singapore, yes, we are a very small country and we are alternative energy disadvantaged. So it's a very small place and we don't have a lot of capacity to install solar panels. And even though we're in the tropics, there's heavy cloud cover, so solar is very limited. And we don't have tidal energy or wind energy. So we're very limited. So for us as a small country, it's important that international trade in renewables facilitates our transition. I thought that the comment that the German foreign minister made this morning, that we need to find joint solutions, is a particularly important one. So I think international trade in renewables in all its forms, whether it's in the form of trade in electrons, trade in molecules, or trade in carbon, whether for sequestration or in the form of credits, is going to be key for the global community to reach its net zero target. So that's particularly important. The other important thing that we took away from the current crisis is that it's important to continue to invest in key transition fuels. So if you look at the renewables, hydrogen, for example, and Singapore announced its hydrogen strategy last year, hydrogen is going to, by the most optimistic projections, is only going to be viable post-2030. And it's going to be very important to continue to invest in transition fuels. And of course, natural gas is an important form of transition fuel. So we need to continue to invest in that to make sure that countries are able to transit, particularly those who are still relying on coal. So in many parts of the world, I think there's a heavy reliance on coal. So just the transition from coal to natural gas alone can cut emissions by 50% in the power generation sector. So that's an important lesson that we took away for our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I saw each of you taking notes and nodding as the other individuals were speaking on stage. And starting now, if someone says something, I want you to feel free to jump in and respond if you have. Can we do that? Let's wait one round. You'll be up in a minute. I want to come back here to Karolina Novak. You talked a little bit about these different crises that happened starting in February of last year. And you're under enormous pressure because of the border you share with Ukraine. How do you, the title of the session is Staying on Track. How do you stay on track? How do you stay focused on an energy transition when you're dealing with this immense pressure?
Because simply there is no any other option than to undergo through this transition. Because the later you jump into the energy transition, the more costly it is. Then the downside actually for a country like Moldova is actually being next to a war zone country where the interest rates are high, so probably you don't have the most favorable, suitable financial conditions in that sense. But actually in the earlier speech of the Minister Annalena Baerbock, she mentioned the climate justice. And I was actually thinking that there must be some sort of a formula or a solution, a sort of a panacea at the global level on funding solutions in terms of climate options. Because I think you cannot have the same interest rate for the fossil fuel technologies versus the net zero ones. And it must be just more fair and correct for these respective technologies. Now, we already see, and of course you have then the different subsidy schemes for renewables. We already see that renewables reach that maturity level. So, as I said, this is for us a way to get the independence in terms of the energy sector. So actually, now that we have a specialized energy ministry, before it was in a broader one, we have actually three priorities. So, first is deployment of renewables with storage, since we have a poor, I would say, balancing market, which is quite relevant for renewables. Second is the low-hanging fruit with the energy efficiency. So we've already seen that we can shape people's behavior in terms of energy consumption when prices are skyrocketing, and for us it was like 9 times higher within a year. The gas prices went just beyond the roof. The same with electricity prices, 4 times higher. So we've seen a decrease in consumption. But then we've also realized, okay, we can actually do it in a more coordinated horizontal approach where we can deploy energy efficiency programs for both public institutions, but also residential sector. And there is a demand for that. However, you have to shape it because then again, people don't really understand. And in Eastern Europe, perhaps there's this belief that if you tell people to reduce consumption, they have a memory perhaps of the communists when they had to do that by default. And then the third priority for us, it's deploying these innovation sandboxes, meaning creating some sort of a favorable regulatory environment where we can deploy these clean tech technologies. I mean, just think about the fact that no one will invest in Russia given the current situation. Now in Moldova, we are also speaking Russian, so it's a high-skilled society with low OPEX, so there are plenty of opportunities ahead which we want to untap. Thank you.
Thank you. Benoit Revaz, we were on a panel together last year, and so I get to ask you a question a little bit naively. But first, on the way to the energy transition, there's often an interplay of engagement, encouragement, and demand. Like Australia, many states promote renewable energies in one way or another, and I know that Switzerland is discussing a solar obligation. I want you to explain this in a little bit more detail, and here comes my kind of naive question. Australia is saying, yes, we're going to put solar panels on the roofs. Why can't solar systems on the roofs in Switzerland just be compulsory?
Thank you for this question. Actually, it's a very political discussion at the parliament level. Because we don't like to give restrictions or obligations in Switzerland. We very much count on initiative, public-private initiative to move things. And then, of course, especially with the high prices that we face right now for new buildings, you probably don't need an obligation in order to promote new renewables. So we are rather working on we will see what the parliament finally decides, but we are rather working on initiative on putting the frame in order to make it valuable, not only to put solar panels on the rooftop, but also to install a loading station for EV, a heat pump, and to put some smartness in a system, and also to integrate it. This was the question of the investment in the infrastructure. If we make it smarter, we will reduce the needed investment on the infrastructure. And coming back to that point is probably we all our economies have been addicted to low prices of fossil fuels and molecules, and now we saw the reality and we face the reality, and to accelerate the transition in one step, but it's also to have a mid-long-term view, because now we are using the infrastructure that were built by our predecessors, and this has a huge value. But with all these market short-term views, we cut the view on the needed investment in the infrastructure. So to combine distributed solutions with large infrastructure and to improve the grid infrastructure will be key and will bring much more than an obligation for solar rooftops. And the last point, what we saw also coming back to the efficiency, we started an initiative last year, an alliance for energy efficiency, because we are the opinion, if we take the different peer groups, public, the different corporations, economics, and we mobilize those groups so let's capture the low-hanging fruits and let's see what kind of solution are needed to invest in efficiency. It's much more promising than putting new rules or obligation in any law.
Thank you very much, Benoit Revaz. Antonella Battalini, I know you want to respond to someone. I want to ask you a question first, though. A country's scarcity of resources obviously can influence decarbonization efforts. We have Adrian Chua here from Singapore, and we can use Singapore as an example. because there is a lack of space, for example, for a large PV plant or for windmills, what roles then do grids play in this context? You mentioned this earlier, but I want to know a little bit more.
I think scarcity of resources is becoming one of the topics I talk about in every single panel, so apologies. Essentially, I believe that is also connected to what you just said, is that you have an infrastructure in place, you have a target, and you have limited resources. It's not just scarcity of something, it's a scarcity of everything, including workforce, including space, including resources, natural resources, water, whatever. So, planning the system of the future, the system for the end game, when we have reached 100% decarbonization, whatever with renewables, 100% renewables, or close to that, doesn't matter. But you need to plan for the end game. This implies that you need to optimize all processes and understand what do you need, when, and who needs what. Today we have seen a huge push for hydrogen. We have seen a lot of emergency measures as a response to the energy crisis. But are these really what will deliver full decarbonization or not? So from a system perspective, we need to know that without grids, you probably make it much harder to get full decarbonization. But also without supporting and prioritizing electrification, your full decarbonization will be much more expensive and much more resource intensive because of the conversion losses. That said, every single component in the system has a role to play and is essential. But it's not possible that we keep the mentality of yesterday that anyone is free to choose whatever, because we don't have this luxury. We need to channel resources where they are giving the best or the highest impact. And so from an energy system point of view, electrification needs to be prioritized. Molecules have to be channeled to those that really need it, and not simply think, okay, this sector is using gas or coal, and therefore they need hydrogen. Probably not. They will need a share of it and a share of something else. And this exercise is important because people ask, do we really need this? What is the amount of commitment that we ask people to give? And what is the amount of money that we have? So optimization is my answer. Thank you.
Optimization, thank you very much. Claire McLaughlin, I saw you nodding a few times, and so of course I want to make sure you have a chance to respond, and I wonder if you can do that, because Antolanda talked a bit about resources, and my next question for you is, Australia has lots of resources. You have lots of space, you have lots of sun. That's got to also, like, there have to be challenges. What are your challenges? How are you overcoming them in Australia?
Yeah, we do very happily have lots of sun and lots of space, and Adrian and I were talking about this a little bit yesterday. But there are lots of challenges. You know, how do we manage a decarbonisation agenda and a transition in which we keep having energy that is affordable as well as reliable and sustainable? And you know, picking up on your comments about mandating things like solar PV, we're at a third of households having panels on their roofs by choice, and with government incentives and feed-in tariffs, particularly in the early days. But the acceleration of that, so I think 12 months ago it was 1 in 4, now it's 1 in 3, and that's a response to energy prices. So, you know, the challenge is how we balance all of these things at once, and keeping the lights on, keeping industry moving while we're trying to decarbonise means that we have to think about energy security and decarbonisation as part of the same issue, not as competing issues that are in tension. I guess one of our other challenges, and it goes to social licence and some of the comments that have already been made, is that, you know, our view is that we're going to need the ongoing use of gas as an enabling and firming fuel through the transition. And having a conversation with communities about putting transmission lines through their farm or building wind turbines off the beautiful coast of southern Victoria is one thing, but having a conversation about the fact that we are going to continue to need gas as part of the transition is another. And so that sort of social licence, how do we have the public conversation about that when the narrative is next to electrifying everything we can, along with a whole lot of work around energy efficiency and making sure that our houses are fit for purpose, is a huge challenge for us.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to some of these challenges in the next round of questions, but first, I'd like to ask Adrian Chua again from Singapore. What's Singapore's perspective when it comes to the most important steps for the energy transition?
Yeah, in responding to that, I thought that I'd pick up a point that Antonella mentioned just now, which is the importance of optimization. So I think optimization is key. And I think in Europe here, you have an interesting model of regional electricity interconnectors. So Spain, for example, is exporting electricity to Portugal, France, and then I think Germany doing the similar things. So in our part of the world, in ASEAN, we're working very hard towards a regional ASEAN power grid. And we've made a start on that. So we are now importing, we have electricity trade between Malaysia and Singapore. And we also recently, 2 weeks ago, signed a memorandum of understanding with Indonesia, where we've agreed to invest in green energy and green manufacturing, as well as facilitate the trade of renewable energy. So that's an important development in ASEAN and an important part of optimization. The other key part, I think, to the solution is that the solution can't just take just from the supply side. I think we've also got to have solutions on the demand side. And I think a key part of that is right pricing electricity and right pricing carbon. So our approach in Singapore throughout the crisis over the past year and a half is that we've right-priced electricity. So the government has not subsidized electricity for our consumers. We've right-priced it, and what we've done is for those that need help, the low-income households and so on, we've provided very targeted support. But otherwise, everyone has to pay the fair price for electricity. And likewise, I think in the area of carbon, it's important to price carbon correctly, and I think you have a system here in Europe. In Singapore, we've introduced a carbon tax, and I think we're the first in Southeast Asia to do that. And that's important, I think, to right price that across our economies. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to pick up on what you just talked about, reducing demand. You mentioned this as well. I know that this past winter in Germany, beforehand, we all bought blankets and we were asked, conserve your energy. And in her keynote this morning, our young activist, Lisipriya Kangujam, said, there are too many of us demanding too much from our planet. And she's not wrong. And this is to each of you, what's the role of reducing energy demand in this context?
Well, clearly it has firstly an impact on the emissions. That's at least how I see it in the first place. And it's healthier towards the planet, it's more sustainable. Because I think when we say affordable energy, yes, but then it has to be also sustainable. And because ultimately, in the long run, you then affect the whole environment. So you have bigger losses that are not fixable. So you have to, I think it's actually the way you see it, this is a magic triangle, you have it in energy, right? And you've mentioned as well, I think it has to be reliable, because in absence of it, you cannot have it sustainable. And definitely has to be affordable, because otherwise no one will support the sustainability element. But if I may, I would like to come to Antonella's point on the grid importance, because I think In Moldova's case, this is literally quite a replica. I would apply it very, very well, in the sense that the transportation grid, for instance, because it was not well developed and we did not build sufficient interconnections with Romania, just with Ukraine, clearly we were exposed when the war started and had two blackouts. But because of missing interconnections with Romania, we couldn't roll out massive renewables, because what do you do with the excess and you don't have storage? And equally goes on net metering. So prosumers, quite a few prosumers, they reached out to me as well. They couldn't install net metering because the distribution grid could not, it was a limited capacity or it was not sufficiently resilient. So the grids are absolutely important before just rolling out renewables projects. They have to go hand in hand, or even before actually the renewables projects are being deployed, because then it takes longer at times.
Thank you very much. Antonella, I think you want to respond.
Grids in many parts of the world are regulated assets. The energy regulators have and continue to have the mandate to make it electricity and energy as cheap as possible for consumers. And for these reasons have somehow delayed for too long the build-up of the grids. Today we know that we need to anticipate investments into certain type of infrastructure to be able to grow renewables at the scale we are discussing in this conference. And I fully agree with Mr. Chu, the fact that a lot of innovation will come from the demand side. A lot of efficiency will come from the demand side. And so putting in place the right incentives to not only shape the demand, but also for the demand to provide flexibility services to the system is fundamental. So it's not about telling people what to do, but really putting the right incentives and the needed digital tools to make this automatic. It is not we don't need each individual to take a decision, I use now this or that, but rather a system, an automated system that reacts to a system. And of course, how do we handle with the only one planet constraint that we have? I think we can start by reducing waste. And if you look in the energy system, we have a lot of waste. 60% of primary energy is wasted. It doesn't get to the consumption side.
Thank you. Benoit Ravasi, please.
It's coming back to the point of the efficiency. In Switzerland, we spent hundreds of millions last year to add reserve capacity in the system. When you face scarcity, to add electrons or molecules, it costs so much. And this should be the main driver to avoid these costs. And of course, the flexible tariffication is an important part. And at the end of the day, for the electricity, to avoid stranded investment in hardware, the digitalization of the grids will be key. And even in a country like Switzerland, we are far away from what we have to reach in that domain. And it will take probably until the end of this decade to reach a proper level of digitalization that can help to catch these values of the flexibility in the system.
Thank you. Claire McLaughlin.
Thank you. So one of the things that others have talked about, us having all been addicted to cheap energy for a long time. One of the things about Australia having so much sun and wind is that we, have a tendency to want to use that all the time as well. And so one of the things that our new government is committed to as a pillar of our decarbonisation strategy is reducing energy demand, even though we have plenty of energy at some times of the day, but of course not necessarily always when we need it. And so the National Energy Performance Strategy is being developed to really accelerate thinking and action and put in place the regulations and the frameworks to make sure that we can reduce energy demand in households and businesses, promote the switching to heat pumps and so on, before we just say electrify everything, because we need to be able to electrify fewer things. So that's the sort of perspective that the Australian government's taking, and that's a very current active piece of work that we need to do to get to our net zero targets.
Yes, please, Adrian Chua.
Just wanted to add that I fully agree with Claire that reducing energy demand is important. So apart from right pricing, it's also important to help industries build the capacity to reduce energy demand and to increase their energy efficiency. So what we've tried to do in Singapore is that we put in place an energy efficiency grant where we help small and medium-sized enterprises who want to decarbonize, who want to reduce their energy demand, to purchase and implement new energy-efficient equipment. So we, as part of this grant, we support up to 70% of the cost of installation of these energy-efficient equipment, and that's a key part of our strategy. The other thing that we're helping the SMEs do is to understand what is their carbon footprint. So putting in place schemes where we help train them to understand how do you go about measuring your carbon footprint and how might you put in place a strategy to reduce it. So I think all enterprises will have to play their part, both large and small. Yeah.
Thank you. Antonella, I think you'd like to respond.
No, I would like to go back to what was said before about Singapore agreeing with Indonesia on an agreement. Yeah, I think that this is another very important value that the electricity grid brings, connectivity. When you connect regions, like all of Europe, we have one electricity system, but actually we can extend it. We could imagine having an electricity system that goes, sorry for saying this, all the way to Vladivostok, just in a continental scale. Do we really need it? Maybe not. But the point is that the more connect you are, the better you can smooth the variability of wind and solar. We are talking about a system that is going to be largely wind and solar. And the electricity system is actually the cheapest solution that we have today for storing and smoothing this variability. Also, the electricity system provides an additional service, which is solidarity. In this energy crisis, we have seen that solidarity with neighbors was fundamental. It has been fundamental for Moldova. It is continued to be fundamental for Ukraine. Without the electricity grid, this would have not been possible. And so, again, energy regulators should be incentivized to look at values and not the cheapest possible solution.
You mentioned connectivity, and that brings us to our final round for today's panel, because we've heard of a few things that are really important. Optimization, grids, reducing demand, but really international cooperation. And one of you mentioned it, Annalena Baerbock, Germany's federal foreign minister, said this morning, we have to do this together. We can only do it if we do it together, and connectivity is a part of this. International cooperation is a part of this, especially when it comes to global energy security. In your opinion, and I'll start with you, Karolina Nowak, what are the key drivers for successful international cooperation? You know, this solidarity that Antonella speaks about, what are the key drivers for that?
I think, well, the European model has it very well with and I'm just thinking about ENTSO-E, with ENTSO-G, with the common grids and it's there, it's in place. And I remember when we joined the European Continental Grid, which was actually planned in 2025, but this was all speeded up by the war that started in Ukraine. This was a massive success for us, and in absence being part of to the grid, to the European continental grid. We were otherwise, I don't know, probably would have had huge blackouts. It was a matter of collaboration, cooperation, you know, the free sea and the connectivity. In absence of it, we could not have faced supplying the right demand, the right supplies for our consumers. But I also want to make a point on the when we say renewables, I think we also need to look on what we actually have in the country. So for instance, if my country is more agriculturally oriented, then we should identify opportunities in biogas, build on what you have at home. Think about also waste to energy projects. Yes, we will go ahead with the wind, which is, has the highest capacity factor there than solar, but I think this is the key element. Also build on what you already have within your country. Thank you.
Thank you. Building on what you have in your country is a key driver for successful international cooperation. Benoit Revaz of Switzerland, some key drivers from your perspective.
Switzerland actually has 41 interconnectors with the neighboring countries, so it's a very well interconnected country. So I can't underline enough how much value it brought, not only from Switzerland, but also for the neighboring regions. And still in the most difficult times for southern Germany to have the possibility to get capacity from Switzerland, and it goes on both sides. So the regulators, politicians can move a lot of things, but the physics is still there. And will have to be respected in the future. Of course, regulators have to face their citizens in the decisions they take, but in the future, cross-border solutions are much more promising than an island solution for any country in Europe and abroad.
Thank you very much. Antonella, you brought this topic of connectivity. I'd like to please tell us more about connectivity. Key drivers for international cooperation.
I think we can do much more than what we are doing today, and we should. And the idea that energy as a priority with regard to other challenges is probably wrong. Because today, this energy transition we do because of climate change, because of energy security. But very soon, energy security will be nothing if we don't have, at the same time, food security. And so international collaboration is essential to tackle these global challenges. And I repeat what I said at the beginning. Solutions are to be found in complexity, because usually something that works for one thing may well work for the other. And my main recommendation is never play nature against energy, because this will backfire and this will create huge delays and hamper this energy transition. But bring both at the table and you will find incredible opportunities.
Thank you very much, Antonella Battaglini. Claire McLaughlin, key drivers for successful international cooperation.
Yeah, so obviously one of them is about supply chains, and we've all been through 3 years of understanding what they look like and what they look like when they break. And so clearly, you know, we need to be working together to make sure that we have access to the intelligence, the materials, the capability to, you know, to move on an industrial scale to decarbonise our economies. So that's a pretty good starting point for needing to work with other countries. But I guess from the point of view of a big country in the middle of the Pacific, you know, small island states in the Pacific are highly exposed to climate change impacts. And as the region builds back tourism after the pandemic, building climate resilience for infrastructure to enable increased connectivity is absolutely critical. And so I think, as rich countries, we have the opportunity and the obligation to make sure that this energy transition is not only just, but that it takes account of the people and the countries that will be most affected if we don't decarbonise quickly.
Thank you very much. Adrian Chua, key drivers.
I think one key driver for international cooperation in the renewable energy space is for governments to come together to agree on certain standards and regulations. So it's important that we foster convergence of standards, particularly in new areas. For example, in hydrogen, how do you go about certifying whether hydrogen export or import is low carbon in nature? So I think there are different standards right now. I think there's scope for us to come together as governments to facilitate that convergence of standards. And I think here, a very good example, I think, of international collaboration is between Australia and Singapore. So we signed a green economy agreement recently that facilitates cooperation in these areas. And within that, we're looking at interoperability of certifications and so on. So I think that's a good example of how we can proceed. The other important area, I think, is that governments need to facilitate private capital and private investments into this, because governments can't fund all of this alone. So it's important that we mobilize private capital, and I think we can do this by helping to de-risk some of the major investments. And we can help de-risk by making sure that there's legal certainty in terms of the investments, as well as providing some degree of funding support, especially in the transition phase to renewables.
Thank you very much. You said something that I want to bring up. I mean, you talked about international cooperation, working together. That is what we're here to do at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It's been a real pleasure to host you all for this first panel here in the Europasaal. I'd like to introduce you one more time for our audience members. Karolin Novak, State Secretary for Decarbonization, Energy of Ministry, the Republic of Moldova. Benoit Revaz, the Director of the Federal Office of Energy in Switzerland. Antonella Battaglini, the CEO, Renewables Grid Initiative in Germany. Claire McLaughlin, the Head of Energy Division, the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water in Australia. And Adrian Chua, the Deputy Secretary and Chief Sustainability Officer at the Ministry of Trade and Industry in Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us. Another round of applause for our panelists. We will be back this afternoon for another panel here in the Europasaal. Before then, you can catch the Just Energy Transition Partnerships. You were just talking about the Just Transition. That'll be online in our studio sessions. And then we'll be back here in the Europasaal for our next panel at 3:30 this afternoon on innovation and integration as levers for financing the off-grid sector. Thank you so much. If I could have my microphone one more time. I'm also invited, if you have been invited to a VIP lunch at 12:30, you can meet at the golden elevator near the Weltsaal. That's for invited guests. Thank you so much.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way. Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years. As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. and we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and on climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and on climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. and we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and on climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way, and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Hard 2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Ha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. and we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We'll definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're H2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Ha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. and we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Hard 2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Hard 2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We're hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive? Not enough of it. Not in the right place at the right time. Not powerful enough. Not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. and we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Ha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we are building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage, to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Ha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa RE, we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa RE, we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Europasaal. This is our second panel today here in the Europasaal at the 2023 Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. It's such a pleasure to have people here live in this space. It's a pleasure to have my panelists as well. I'll introduce them in just a moment, but first I want to introduce today's session. So our first panel here in the Europasaal today, we talked a lot about grids and about electrification, and in our session now, we're going to look at some of the lessons the off-grid sector has taught us in recent years in this panel called Innovation and Integration as Levers for Financing the Off-Grid Sector. What we really want to talk about, namely today, is how we can meaningfully advance rural electrification by incorporating some of the benefits of today's off-grid technologies, and how can integrated approaches to off-grid projects contribute to minimizing risks within the sector and become a stepping stone for rural electrification? We have a lot of great questions for our panelists today. We will also have an opportunity later on in the session. If someone in the audience has a question, I'll let you know when the time comes for that. You can raise your hand. It's sometimes a little hard for me to see in the lights, but Linda will also be able to bring a microphone to you if you have a question. Right now, I would like to introduce my very esteemed panel of guests. And throughout today's panel, including with our introductions, we're going to start from the government side, then we'll get a global view from the ISA, and then we'll hear from industry and implementation. So, seated just to my left, Dr. Habtamu Itefa-Geleta, the Minister of Water and Energy from Ethiopia. In the middle, Thomas Mbomba, the Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration of Ghana. Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Closer to me, Camille André Bataille, the CEO and co-founder of Anka, Madagascar. And last but not least, Noara Kebir, the founder and managing director of Microenergy International. Thank you so much for joining me here today. Let's start off with a round of statements, really more of a status update. From your perspective as a public or a private stakeholder, how has the off-grid sector evolved in the past few years, and what opportunities do you think have come about as a result? Dr. Habtamu?
Thank you so much. Yes, it's a very good question. Actually, when we are talking of energy, sometimes, not sometimes, but always to say there should be a way out to engage private sectors, because the demand is so high, and the government cannot only afford the electrification in every part. So in my country, Ethiopia, we believe engagement of private sector is very important and vital, especially on the mini grids and off grids of solar, mini hydro, wind, where we have good practice already going on. We believe this will be narrowing the gap that we are demanding to fulfill at the end of 2030. There we say we have to create accessibility for all citizens in our nation. So it is the backbone and a very important one.
Thank you very much. Thomas Mbomba, Deputy Minister, your status update. How has the off-grid sector evolved in the past few years, and what opportunities do you think have come about as a result?
Thank you, panel. For Ghana, we also believe that the opportunities, there are numerous opportunities that associate with the off-grid project. As a result, we think that we need to be able to develop it well and to also veer into other areas so that it could go a long way to improve the livelihood of the communities that we are targeting. We also believe that when we are able to veer into other areas like solar, like thermal energy, like wind energy, it is going to also lower the emission of this green gas. And as a result, a lot of communities and people can improve their life and also grow in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ajay Mathur, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, a status update.
So, number one, we have seen a huge increase in the amount of people who are connected through off-grid systems. In the past few years, I think between 2012 and 2021, it went up from 29 million to something of the order of 179 million. That's a number of people. This obviously means much more money came in, and money increased by almost 10 times during this period. That's number one. Number two, what also has happened is that the normal rural electrification programs have slowed down. And we are now at the stage where if the current rate of rural electrification through grid extension continues, we will still have over 650 million people unelectrified by 2030, when we had hoped that the goal was SDG and everybody would have electricity. And the third issue is that today, with declining costs, we are in a situation where if the grid is more than 10 kilometers away, and you need to extend it for 10 kilometers, or if people are using diesel, solar off-grid systems and batteries are the cheapest way of providing electricity. It's been a huge revolution that we have seen in this past decade.
Thank you very much. Camille André Bataille, an industry perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I don't want to repeat some statements that were just made, but I think that one major evolvement was the understanding or the acknowledgement that off-grid solutions can actually be complementary to on-grid solutions. I think that this has taken a lot of time, but now it's pretty clear that you reach the last mile, and especially in low demographic dense environment, off-grid solution can be very helpful and the cheapest solutions to achieve our goal. And I just want to mention that in many countries, and I've seen that in Madagascar, regulatory framework has also evolved in the right way a lot. Just to take the example of Madagascar, but new law on electricity, bringing a grid code, acknowledging the role of renewable energies in comparison to thermal and conventional energies in the past, has been a huge progress. And just a last piece of information also regarding financing. I think that blended financing has also, come to the environment, brought a lot of positive things to the market. Obviously, we're just not yet that in terms of effectiveness and amount that are needed to really scale up. But at least we're seeing some more creative and innovative instruments that we can combine all together.
Thank you very much. We're going to come back to finance a little bit later in the panel discussion. And Noara Kabir, for our final sort of status update, where we are right now.
So from my perspective, working in this sector for more than 20 years now, we've been talking about, when we were talking about off-grid, we were always talking about households, electrifying households, maybe electrifying social institutions like schools or health centers, etc. But actually, I see now a huge new sector, off-grid sector, coming up in agriculture. Agriculture is the biggest off-grid sector which we have now out there. And even for us, let's say, as industry players, etc., we're going into countries which have achieved almost 100% electrification, like Tunisia, Jordan, Algeria, just Indonesia, and see, it's a very little amount of people who still need to be electrified in terms of their households, etc. But the potential for decentralized renewable energies and what we call the off-grid sector in agriculture is growing in a very, very fast pace. So this is where we see, today we speak about the huge potential of the off-grid sector, etc. We mainly see it in the space of agriculture.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to go now to individualized questions for each of you. A reminder, make sure you keep your mics close enough to your mouths. Sometimes when the doors are open, it's a little hard for us to hear. Your Excellency, Ethiopia has an ambitious national electrification program under which it wants to electrify, I think, around 35% of the population with off-grid technologies by 2025. So what do you think are the essential key challenges in accelerating the implementation of off-grid energy solutions to those rural communities in Ethiopia?
Yes, just before coming to the challenge, I will say a few points regarding to the potential we do have. In terms of hydropower, we have more than 50 gigawatts potential, where we have developed about 5.1 gigawatts so far. And 5.1 is under construction, will be completed in less than 2 years. Geothermal is about 10 gigawatt, and wind, more than 130 gigawatt. Solar, about 5.5 kilowatts per meter square per day we can generate. So we can imagine by multiplying the area where we can have. The issue is now challenge. Why not really we are not developing our potential? From what we have only 48% accessibility. The remaining 52 is in deficit. So we have big challenge to implement, especially off-grids. One is the tariff, in such a way that we can attract people to come and invest, and even the customers can pay back. That's one critical issue. The other one is how even we can link between the energy mix is also another challenge that we have to really address in Ethiopia and as well. The third one is the settlement of the people itself is another issue, where we do have scattered settlement in some place, difficult to connect them by green lines, and we are going for some kind of household level. These kind of things are really a big challenge for us to go for the off-grid energy system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Mbomba, a question for you. Ghana has one of the highest electrification rates in sub-Saharan Africa. I was just hearing you have, I think, 88.75%. So you have just under 12% of the remaining rural population still to go, which you want to do by 2025. What do you need when it comes to conditions and available technologies in order to reach this goal?
Thank you. As you rightly alluded to, Ghana has a lot of community that are on national grid. We are about 88.75 connected to the national grid, and we are targeting by 2024, we are targeting about 90% of our communities. And what we need is funding. If we are able to get reliable funding, and we can be able to also connect the rest of the community and to accelerate the pace of the connection. That is one. Another issue that we think we need is the knowledge sharing. We have different countries and what is peculiar to those countries. And we believe that if we are able to share knowledge across the world, like this particular dialogue today, if we learn from each other, and then we can also improve our transportation access. We also have a challenge over there. Some of the communities are scattered, and some are along the river banks. So the transportation becomes a challenge. And we think that if we are able to improve on our transportation, we can go a long way to be able to achieve our target that we have set for the 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think knowledge sharing, one of the most important topics that's brought up across panels through the whole BETD. Dr. Matur, I'll come to you next. With more than 110 countries that are signed up, the International Solar Alliance is a voice really for a large portion of the world's sunshine countries. From this sort of macro perspective, how do you think risks in the off-grid sector are viewed today? And what's the best way to overcome obstacles in this regard?
Well, we get new members almost every month. It's now 114.
Congratulations. Wonderful. I'll make a correction.
And tomorrow it may possibly be 115, but be that as may. See, the key problem that occurs is that the regulatory framework of countries often forms a barrier against private sector investment coming in. So if you want to go with government funding, yes, you can. But distribution utilities are normally used to large projects. Also, a very large number of governments have borrowed up to here, and therefore there is no sovereign guarantees available. You need to pull in the private sector. So the first thing that I would say is having the right regulatory structures to pull in resources for off-grid sector. The second is people, particularly for management. You can set it up, but then who will manage it? And therefore, capabilities for this capacity building are important. That's the second one. The third is ultimately the availability of resources, particularly at remote places, which may end up making them costly. So ordering them in bulk, doing, say, 10 of them at a time, often reduces costs. These are relatively simple things. All of them are doable. We believe that solar, and particularly solar mini-grids, is the way to provide rural energy access for all today.
Thank you very much. Camille André Bataille, a question for you. I know that one of Anka Madagascar's projects is helping to provide electrification to 50 villages in southern Madagascar. What kind of integrated approach has Anka chosen for projects such as this one? And what kind of benefits for off-grid project models does your approach bring?
So it's a little bit more than 50 villages. We have to correct a few numbers, but it's so fine. It's only one of our projects. I can relate to what Nora said earlier about tidying energy access in agriculture, and that's what we've been trying to do through a concept, an approach that we see as holistic. We're trying to build a cost system. Basically, the idea is not to consider energy as an end, but as a mean to power uses. So we're all talking about productive uses. Thing is that we've been considering individual productive uses for very long, and I think that now we have to consider more like value chains and more collective uses. So our agri-grid approach, as we call it, and probably we can change the name, it's not very sexy, but is to tie it in the nexus business case, an agri-component with energy access. Agri-component can be either irrigation, cold storage, agri-processing, whatever, but to really tie those activities into one same business case with multiple benefits and impacts. The first one is obviously to increase the demand on the grid, and obviously we need more consumption to make mini-grid projects viable. But it makes no sense to just increase the demand if it doesn't bring any impact or added value to the communities. It's just not about consuming just to consume. It makes no sense. So the idea behind that is to create more jobs, is to go for productive activities that can bring more money, that can, shift or help current households with low purchasing power to become more wealthy and to become better customers on the grid. So we're trying to build this viable and virtuous cycle. Obviously, we've been testing at a small scale only so far. Why? Because our idea behind that is also at a more overall view to tap in the funding from all the sectors. For the moment, we're only talking about funding coming from the energy sector. But what would happen if tomorrow we'll be considering money coming from agricultural sector, tourism sector, education, climate action, whatever? We need to combine all of these fundings to make it happen, because at the moment we're missing the point in terms of volume of money injected in the sector, and we're not moving fast enough to achieve the goals. So this is one way that we found to bring our piece to the puzzle.
Thank you very much. We are definitely going to come back and talk about funding later on. I see you. I know you want to probably dive in, and we'll get there in just a second. But first, I want to come to Noara Kabir of Microenergy International. I think your current lighthouse project is called ENG Farms, and it involves installing smart grids on farms in Northern Africa. What is particularly innovative about this project, and what's its potential to be a game changer for the global energy transition?
Yes, so in ENG Farm, we are not only electrifying pilot farms in different regions in North Africa, we are also digitizing them in order to collect data and to create what we call digital twins of these farms. And with the data of these farms, we are then feeding econometric energy models, which help us actually to convince policymakers about the economic advantages of electrifying agriculture with renewable energies. And so definitely we think that there is let's say, electrifying agriculture first in terms of regulation. It's still not a totally open space, but here we are still able to change things, to design new regulations, etc. So it's a very nice entry point for renewable energies in general. And we want to strengthen this point, particularly by digitizing this and by combining pilot projects with econometric models, so that we can directly persuade policymakers on the impact that this can have.
Thank you very much. Let's talk now about finance. I think you've already brought up funding and finance. Let's just dive right in. Your Excellency, I'll come back to you first. I know that the effects could have been worse, like in most of the region, but Ethiopia's off-grid sector has really suffered from crises in recent years. But what kind of beneficial framework does Ethiopia offer to the private sector in order to re-energize and consolidate investments?
Yeah, one of the challenge we have is, yes, true, it's the finance. One way out is to have some kind of incentive package for investments, especially when they are working on off-grid. Some way out is through the provision of certain tax exemptions for some trade for investors who want to come and work on Ethiopia. Second one is to have free of land. Offer is already there for them. As we know, solar demand large size of land, parcel of land, so that people can have a place for the panel to install that and then supply into the system. Third, we are working with banks actually, which is not yet implemented, but it is one way out how they can create opportunity for small and micro enterprise. That is what we say, cooperative bank. In regional one, they really take into consideration for different unions to support them, especially on the solar, again, specifically that we are working. These are somewhere where we are supporting, but the challenge still remains big in Ethiopia and for sure everywhere due to the global markets, what's going on in terms of manufacturing sectors and importing even the batteries, the lithium, and the solar components. So we have such kind of challenge. There are also some way out, which need to be still more to invest upon and make better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Mbomba, what kind of financing models enable the reasonable implementation of projects and adequately reflect the risks of off-grid projects?
Thank you. The off-grid system in Ghana, per se, we have difficulties in financing because the investors see it as an unattractive venture. And we think that it will be good for not to be focusing only on the electricity. We have to also look around some of the socioeconomic conditions that could improve the lives of the people, which they can also generate income out of those outcomes, and to make the sector very attractive. What we also think can also make the sector attractive is to be able to look for reliable funding, to be able to look for support from donors, to also look for support from other sources, so that we can make the sector attractive to the private sector. To the private sector, though, is good, but they are looking at the profit margin. But most of the time, these communities are communities that are economically not good. They don't have economic standing, these off-grid communities. So when private sector comes and they are not able to stand on their own to be able to generate income, to be able to finance the project, the private sector may want to inflate the costs, which will not be good for the communities. So we think that to be able to finance the project very well, we need to diversify the area to include other things that could make the beneficiary communities or people more income generating to be able to support the projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I go on to the next question, I of course want to give, if you have a response to something that someone has said so far, I do hope that you'll respond if you want to. Go ahead, please.
Well, one of the things that I do want to touch on, and this is something that Camille talked about, Nora talked about, is the need to provide a range of services. Whether it is cold storages, whether it is pumps, whether it is mobile services, all of these add to the income that is generated by the off-grid solar. But the question that I have, both for you, Camille, and for you, Nora, is how can we learn about the business models that can scale this up? And the business models could be government-driven, utility-driven, or they could be individual investor-driven. But because this is to me, this is the biggest question that faces us today, the scaling up.
I like the question, but I'd had to answer through another question, which is this the role of the private sector, and especially like the off-grid developers and operators to go for this diversification? Like, I'm taking the job of an agri-developer in the villages that I serve. I'm also having discussion with the telcos, with the digital companies, talking with industries, manufacturers, whatever. Basically, I feel like I'm trying through energy access, and as I said, I do believe that this is not an end, it's just a mean, and we have to think about shifting this entire industry and sector from selling rural electrons to creating real wealth. That's my motto. Right. So by creating real wealth, I kind of put myself in a position, de facto, to find ways to create this wealth, to generate wealth. So if there's no existing companies or businesses or productive users or manufacturers or activities or initiatives already inside, I'm going to be this initiator, this sparkle to create it. But it's a lot of work, and maybe sometimes that prevents me or pushes me away from the very first job, which is building mini grids, operating them properly, and serving the community. So I do it, and I'm very willing to do it. But we are going much more far than what was the original, job title and job position.
My very simple question is, how can we find 1,000 Camilles?
I don't know, start with me, and then we will see with the 999 others. I don't know, I think that's, okay, from all the speech and the interventions that I make, I always talk about a few things, and they're always the same. And I guess that maybe the first one, even before financing, and financing is like one on the top, I'd say dialogue. I think that we need more conversation, but not necessarily these kind of conferences. We need to sit around the table, to have workshops, to put DFIs, VCs, public sectors, regulators, and private sectors around the same table and try to find solutions. I even go as far as, put us in the room, just lock us up in this room, and as long as we don't come up with a solution, then we just stay in the room, and we'll see what happens. But we need, at some point, to be more efficient and move a little bit away from talks and start acting a little bit more.
So would this suggest that documenting the kinds of benefits that occur from each of these is useful and can be used to bring in other players?
Yeah, and open sourcing. Like, for instance, I was talking about the agri-grid model that we've been working. The entire work that we've been doing on that model, we open sourced it for any other mini-grid developer in the community, not only in Madagascar, but throughout Africa. So it's up to developers to get access to this information, to use it, and to implement it on the ground.
I think this is a lot of knowledge sharing, which I think is something you had brought up. I want to make sure, because I love what's happening here, and I want it to continue, but I want to make sure to ask one more question before because it's quite
I'm going to keep on asking questions as long as it takes. But I was going to ask Nora. Nora, you were talking about agriculture. And what I'm wondering is, and this is drawing on what Camille is saying, if you have to do, for example, a cold storage, which is based on solar, or you have to do solar pumps, which are based on solar, will you do it, or will you find somebody else to do it?
So me personally, you mean? Me personally, I am also doing it, if you want. But no, let's say, for me, one of the very big advantages by widening our view, not only to the energy sector, but really embracing, and I really say embracing the agricultural sector, the water sector, is that suddenly we have 3 times players, 3 times investors. And this is what we actually see in MG Farm and in the projects in North Africa, that suddenly, at least we have much more on the public and on the private side. There are much more investors. Sometimes these are renewable energy companies, but most of the times these are agricultural companies. You know, even big companies are big agro companies, etc., are interested by renewable energy because it's a new infrastructure possibilities for them. They can buy lands in places which are much more remote. They can do access water as well, etc. So the opportunities are multiple for multiple players. This is for me one of the most important, let's say, experience I'm doing, or we are doing in taking the nexus seriously. But the type of funding, maybe to come back a bit to this question, I think it should be a mix, public, private. I think the public sector should support or somehow pass particularly the subsidies that they are economizing by not subsidizing agricultural electricity. This is something that, you know, could be very nicely used to support electrification with renewable energies in the agriculture sector. But typically in the mini-grid space, we say it's good if the infrastructure is owned by the communities, so somehow this is also part of public funding. But then the investment into the pumps, the storages, etc., this is something depends surely from the countries, but often here you find private sector players. And even we know it's better if people own this. They will take care of it. And these things become commodities more and more. You're going to go in 5 years to IKEA and buy. Actually, here in Berlin, you can already buy your solar pump at IKEA. Yeah, Bauhaus. You don't need you know, a public player anymore to install your solar pump on your field.
No, I personally also think that government need to consciously make effort into these communities and then create an enabling environment that will attract private investors, that will also create an architecture that will bring about innovation from either individual, group of people. Once the environment is supportive, people may come in, and that will lead to the creation of wealth in the community, as Doc also mentioned, and make the project the community owned. Once the communities believe that they own the project, they will be able to handle it in such a way that it could create wealth for the community, and then, and as Doctor said, and other multiplier effects may follow up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure, before we open it up to audience questions, you did pick up your microphone, please.
Not question, but to add points with what Sanjay was saying. Actually, unless we integrate energy with agriculture, sometimes there is a question of sustainability, especially in Africa and European nations, where still there is demand for food security. In Ethiopia, we do have one practice. The last year, our Prime Minister has initiated about the drought-tolerant wheat production, so that we can sustain our people with food security. So, as a sample, government has distributed pumps by having from rivers and produce irrigation. They couldn't afford the fuel cost. They are asking for solar pumps. The system is forcing us to do that. That's really what I can say. Once we create the gap in the demand, then people will strive for that. Second, we have one practice which actually will start. The DREAM project is decentralized renewable energy access agricultural management. It means we need to have boreholes, then solar pumps, then irrigation. Not only irrigation, but high-value crops, where it is a mini-grid. People can have energy for agriculture, for electrification, and for other purposes, including the cold storage as well. They can do that. So if we can integrate through the water, food, energy nexus. It will be very wonderful and appropriate, especially solar and off-grid ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, this is an interesting conversation. I think that a key word that hasn't been mentioned is breaking down silos. I love it. I love to mention that in conversation. But that's true. I mean, we're all talking about that. That can be agriculture, that can be digital, that can be other sectors. So I think that we all agree, public sector, private sector, DFIs and financiers, that breaking down silos is probably one of the keys to moving the path forward. Then going back to the question of financing and how innovation can be a lever for scaling up the industry. I want to go back on what was mentioned, the role of subsidy. I think that this is very key. And I'm just going to remind everyone that energy access for more than a century all over the globe has been largely, massively subsidized, wherever it was renewable or conventional energy, for one purpose, to make it affordable for the population to get access to it and to consume. Now, if you compare the cost of electricity, LCOE for technical people, of electricity in northern countries, to the cost of electricity in African countries, in sub-Saharan African countries, for instance, it's much lower in northern countries. But the population is wealthier. So we are having this discussion around, okay, how much money should we put on the table? How much should come from the private investment side? And how much should come from as subsidies from public investment? And I think that it's not about, okay, how much do we have in our pockets? Is, okay, how much should we be putting on the table so that the cost of electricity, the tariff, is affordable for the population, knowing that we're talking about the most fragile population on the planet. So as long as we haven't solved that question, meaning that we have to come up with an answer to the question, what is the soft spot for the LCOE, for the tariff of electricity, we're going to be like running in circles. And we're still going to be missing money to move forward and move at scale and do it faster. Like at the moment, I think that time is very key. We're behind schedule, and we're still having this conversation. While we should probably be sitting around the table again and be talking about, okay, what is needed to achieve the goal, but in the best conditions ever. Yes, we want to break down silos and build nexuses between sectors. But at what cost, at what price, and where is the money going to come from?
So I'll ask, what do we need to do? I mean, one of the questions that I have here is like, what barriers are there? But I think we know what the barriers are. What do we need to do?
Well, I still have the mic.
Please,
so
yes.
I'll follow up on that question. Well, I like what was being said. I think it was maybe a little bit implicit, but I think that the representative of governments and institutions on my right side and my left side, they do understand and they do acknowledge that they need to facilitate. The role of government is to facilitate and enable the environment. Mm-hmm. And I think that this is one of the key aspects of our journey and of our teamwork. Then I think that financiers and private sectors, and financiers I mean both the private investor sides and lenders and the donors and the DFIs, need to come to an agreement and agree to share risks. And I think that we also need to keep in mind that for DFIs and donors, that we need to agree on that soft spot and the where we want to be in terms of affordability of tariffs for and customers. And for the private investors, we also need to make sure that they do understand that it's not all about financial return, but that it's also about social return and environmental return. Because at the moment, this doesn't really count in the equation, and that's what makes it sometimes so difficult to come to agreements and on business cases. So we're all running in circles.
Thank you very much. I want to make sure to give a chance. You mentioned government first. Government, would you like to respond to what your panelists just said? Please.
Yes, one thing is the policy matters. So the policy should be accommodative. It should even attract the private sectors in such a way that there is a kind of package how people can get involved in the investment of renewable energy, especially for the off-grid. Such kind of policy may include some kind of options how they can be attracted more. If we take in Ethiopia, the energy we do have is much cheaper, especially at power. So this will attract private sectors to come and work upon assembling of panels. If someone comes to Ethiopia and they manufacture the paneling, the battery, the lithium, it will be much attractive and much profitable. Because when we are subsidizing the energy that we produce per kilowatt hour, it means a lot that manufacturers can come and work upon that. That is one of the showcase, really, we can have to move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Yes, Deputy Minister, please.
Yes, I think we need the right policies from the government in terms of tariff, how government could be able to fashion out policies and programs that will be able to minimize and ensure that the tariffs are properly done. That will go a long way to ensure that private sector will be attractive. It will make attractive to the private sector, and they will come in once the right policies and programs are put in place by the government. They may come in to be able to support. And individual ones, that tariffs are also attractive to the people, individual in their own way. Once empowered, they could be able to contribute and then also pay the taxes. And government need to also diversify the area to make sure that individual can also get access to other income facilities to be able to generate their own income. In Ghana, we have a policy that those communities, we need to create an atmosphere that could allow farmers, could give farmers opportunity, or rural communities opportunity to farm throughout the year. And once you farm throughout the year, you can be able to at least raise income. And this irrigation system that could allow you to farm throughout the year should be a conscious effort that the government should be able to take up and then create necessary environment and the right architecture so that the citizens could be empowered. We need to also bring in other MDAs like tourism industry, like agriculture, my sister mentioned, and other to the area so that people could take advantage and be able to create wealth. And once they are able to create wealth, they can be able to finance the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm enjoying the conversation that we're having up on stage. I hope you are too. And I want to invite our audience also to take part. We're at the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. We are in dialogue here, and I'd like to invite if we have any questions from the audience. I think I see one over here, Linda. We'll have our first audience question for the Europasaal in 2023. I'm quite excited.
Thank you very much for the wonderful discussion. Very, very insightful. I'm Stefan Schurig from the Foundations platform of 20. And one aspect where I would love to just hear a little bit of your thoughts, and I'm not sure to which or to whom I should direct the question, maybe all of you give it a quick snapshot, is when you look on energy and you look at it from the services, when it comes to many regions in sub-Saharan Africa, the main service attached to energy is cooking. And I wonder when the time is right to connect electrification of cooking based on renewables. I know there's a lot going on at the moment. It sort of becomes the hot topic now, literally, obviously. But the question is, shouldn't we sort of also consider electrification of cooking as sort of an upscaling of the investments needed for renewables? And shouldn't this be seen as a positive thing rather than a negative thing, and really address this hugely important subject of how we cook food and how we consider the health impacts related to it as an important driver for it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to sum up, yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And this is a very interesting question, but that's also a very tricky question. It's very complicated. At Anka and in Madagascar, we've tried, and we are at the moment going through a pilot on electric cooking. So providing electric appliances for cooking and connecting them to the grid and so on. I think that when it comes to cooking, what is complicated is that you have to compete with a initial and conventional resource that you can find for free just nearby. near your house. And that is very, very complicated to compete, because ultimately what the end customers will want to see is a very affordable price for the service that is getting access to. But how can you compete with a 0 cent, dollar, or whatever currency on that matter? So I think that we have to be very creative, and there's probably like a large amount of money that's going to be that is going to have to be injected, on that subsector or sector to make it happen. I think that we have to consider not only funding, the renewing or the purchase of new appliances for people to use electric appliances, but also how to finance the tariff that is going to be affordable for people to use. We can think about feed-in tariffs. We can think about mixing tariffs and bringing subsidy on OPEX based for this kind of use. But you're going to have to monitor specifically the use of electricity that is going to go for cooking in comparison to other uses, for instance. It gets a little bit complex, but there's still like a lot of opportunity coming to that, especially for carbon financing, for instance. And we're talking about innovation in financing. Carbon financing in the blending of finance for decentralized renewable energy projects is very interesting. And obviously cooking is one of the most interesting angle this should be tackled. But I think that there's still a lot of learning, and I know probably Nora, you have some feedback as well on that, and I know that there's been studies, but it's, to my point, a very difficult sector to address.
Noara Kabir, please, yes.
Yeah, what I would like to say, let's say being more than 20 years in that sector, is that I actually see some light at the end of the tunnel in terms of cooking, which is particularly related to the new electrical cooking appliances which we find more and more in the market. So when we speak about electric cooking, we're not speaking about, electric cookers as we know them in Europe, etc. So this is not so much the topic, but like this kind of electric rice cookers, high pressure cookers, etc., which are spread around and which are sometimes also digital, etc. So this is, in my experience, definitely still a problem in terms of of electricity supply, price of tariffs, etc. But the problem that we have with cooking, and particularly with the use of natural resources in cooking, we don't have it only in very pure communities. Even well-doing communities in urban areas are using charcoal, etc. And in all this area, electric cooking, and particularly electric cooking appliances, are from my perspective, a chance at least to address a big part of this sector's problem. Not every of them, but I see quite some opportunities coming up there.
Good to see that you see opportunities. I want to make sure, did you also want to respond? Okay, I'd like to do that, but please.
Okay, good. Yes, it is possible way, but there should be some stage. We can think about that. For example, if you take in village where we don't have always electric system, there should be some way out. What we have been doing is encouraging, for example, like biogas, where really people can have alternative energy. The second one is the fire saving or energy saving cook stoves, where we can really make with the local material so that people can be saving more forest where they are. This is the real fact, by the way, in Africa and for sure in many parts of the world, what we are talking. In urban areas, in the semi-urban, where there is a connectivity, there are appliances where really we are trying to have some of the component where we are assembling in the rural technology that they can save some energies. So we can have in different stage, thinking in village and in urban and semi-urban areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have about 10 minutes left in our panel, and I want to make sure I leave enough time for a final question for each of you, but I want to see if we have another question in the audience. I see one here, Linda. Thank you very much for that question on cooking. It's quite exciting.
Hi, thank you for the interesting discussion. My name is Sonakshi, and I'm originally from India. I'm currently in Berlin as a Alexander von Humboldt Fellow.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to understand that the global north and global south, it has very different definitions of innovation and both financing. So when we see these things happening, there are obvious gaps in both the economies or the sectors, as we would say. So my question is, one, is there a need to bridge that gap, if there exists one, which obviously does? And if so, how? I'm sure this was a discussion part, but I think I missed it. But yes, it would be great if we could.
The first question is there a gap that needs to be bridged? I think we can agree there is a gap that needs to be bridged. And then how do we do that? And we have to answer that and solve this problem in around 2 minutes, so I can be sure to leave enough time for you. Is there anyone here on the panel that would like to address?
So yes, there is a gap. And the best way to bridge the gap is by agreeing on definitions of what constitutes finance for commercial finance and what constitutes grant finance. This is at the heart of the big debate these days, the $100 billion a year debate that occurred. At the end of the day, monies which bring down the cost of capital can and should be counted as monies that are made available for these purposes. Similarly, resources that help in providing guarantees and therefore attract investment can be counted. But believe you me, these are fairly obvious things, but there are slippery slopes in these as well.
Thank you very much. I want to bring our panel to a close. We have just a few minutes left, but I'd like to ask each of you to close with this thought. From your perspective, whether it is a government perspective, whether it's from 114 countries, tomorrow 115, or if it's from an industry perspective, what do you think is the most pressing kind of support that you need in your sector to advance the off-grid sector? Your Excellency, I'd like to start off with your perspective from Ethiopia.
Okay. First, to say support, what do we have at hand is very important. In Ethiopia, we do have a lot of graduates from universities and from vocational schools. These people they are knowledgeable, but lack skill. So energy is to engage people in such a way that we can create a small micro-enterprise where they are trained, capable to make them get done. That is where really we need demand or we need support on capacity building at micro level that will build up to the large one. Second one is to have really getting platform of learning one from the other one. Benchmarking is, I think, very good. If there are some place in a globe where the private sectors, especially the young graduates, that come together and then get engaged on the energy supply, on the energy assembling system, these kind of things are really wonderful, and I hope it will work for many parts of our world, besides the resource mobilization that is obvious for everyone. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Deputy Minister Mbomba, what kind of support do you need?
Thank you. We need support in the area of manpower development. If we are able to develop our capacity as a country, that will bring about a lot of understanding. And once people understand and appreciate what you are implementing, it makes it easier for you to be able to carry it. We also need what will propel the government to be able to build the capacity of the locals, to be able to create wealth on their own. And once wealth is created, they could be able to handle whatever development is trickled down to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ajay Mathur, from your perspective, what support do you need to advance the off-grid sector?
Can I cheat and say 2 things that I need?
Okay, I'll allow it.
Thanks. The first is an agreement on the 3 or 4 regulations, rules, policies that can help scale up the off-grid sector in countries. The second is, in order to bring that money in, we need guarantees. I would like the G7 or the G20 countries to provide the guarantees that pull in private sector investment into this environment where the rules have been agreed to, and where, on the other side, the investor feels comfortable that he or she will get repaid.
Thank you very much. Camille André Bataille.
Can I get two as well?
You may also give two.
So, first, obviously, again, I'm going to say a subsidy if we want to get profitable business cases while at the same time providing affordable services to the end customers. I think that this is very key, again. And the second one is probably from my perspective, because I agree with everything that has been mentioned, so I can mention something a little bit different from the private sector's perspective, is the processes that we go through. I think that when the money is agreed on the donor side, for instance, it has to go through different channels and different levels until the moment it actually, follows in the hand of the private sector. And that whole process can be very cumbersome and very long, and we cannot wait. Like waiting 2 years, 3 years to get the money from point A to point B is never going to work for us.
Thank you very much. To close us out, Noir Kabir.
I keep the tradition of this panel and also come up with two wishes.
Fantastic.
So first, my first wish, but this is rather a wish to the whole sector, is that we practice perspective extension. I think maybe speaking of myself, coming from the energy sector, that we really extend our perspective to the agricultural sector itself, to really understand also the energy potential, the energy access, the potential of storage that we have in the agricultural sector, etc. So that, and it's very, very difficult in my experience to engage agricultural actors and energy actors with each other. So I wish us a perspective extension, all of us, into the nexus, into the other sector. And the second wish would be a perspective change, means that we stop to look at rural areas as the last mile, which is the most difficult to reach out, but see the potential which is there. And again, today I'm advocating for agriculture, which can make it actually the first mile from where we are generating renewable energies, from where we are generating clean energy, from where we are generating economic and social prosperities for our societies.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all of my panelists. Thank you so much to the audience also for your questions. I have a quick announcement. If you do want to see the next studio session, which we have to wrap up in about 45 seconds in order to make, you can stay here in the Europasaal, or you can head over to the Weltsaal to see those studio sessions. The next one is on renewables as drivers of supply. Panelists, thank you all so much. It was really lovely to get to listen to you dialogue with one another. Thank you so much, Dr. Habtamo Itefa-Galeta of Ethiopia, Thomas Umbomba of Ghana, Adema Tour of the ISA, Camille André Bataille, Anka Madagascar, and last but certainly not least, Noir Kabir. Thank you all so much for today. Thank you.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. It's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes, we can. Then reality kicks in, and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk, where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. Haha2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
In a world that is constantly evolving, progress seems to offer only two choices: to follow or to be left behind. But there is a third option: to lead, to actively shape and walk new paths, to rethink. At BayWa r.e., we rethink energy. Renewable energy, wind power and solar energy are leading the way, worldwide. Our mission is to make renewable energy even better, to constantly set new standards, and to develop fully integrated energy solutions. At BayWa r.e., we rethink goals. We take responsibility, driving the energy transition that is changing our world. And we strive for the good of our clients, partners, and employees. We truly care for your needs. We rethink solutions. We keep reinventing renewable energy to stay one step ahead. Advancing technology, new business models, and finding new answers to old questions for our future. We rethink expertise. Throughout renewable energy, with a comprehensive portfolio of services. Supporting our clients in every possible way and letting our know-how pave the road to their success. We rethink business, building strong relations with our customers and offering tailor-made solutions across the entire value chain. Clean energy is the responsibility of a generation. Let us join forces to actively shape the future. Let's get together and rethink. BayWa Renewable Energy. Rethink energy.
Nations are failing to be as ambitious as they need to be.
The willingness in our societies to drive change is low.
More and more people need to wake up and realize this is real, it's not getting better, it's getting worse. And it's getting worse very rapidly.
Honestly, renewable energy doesn't come for free. We have the infrastructure, but it requires huge investment.
We have to make the grid stable enough so that it can cope with anything.
We were hydrogen ready, but we'll need gas as a bridging fuel.
We need to cut global emissions by 45%.
The demand for energy is only going to keep rising. 700 million people still need access to clean energy.
This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us.
Changing the perspective is really the key driver for innovation.
We do have solutions. They might not be perfect, they might need to be refined further.
We do not have all the answers.
How do we change perspective? How do we apply it to certain problems? Technology in a lot of areas is available.
We come, we talk, we collaborate.
It's not something we can give it off to the next generation to figure out.
The equipment used within the grid becomes more diversified. We will definitely need many different solutions.
Honestly, we need to change the way we work, the way we live, and the way we use energy.
Hello, we're Haha 2E, and we're here to tear down some cliches. Looking at the usual talk supposed to give people positive energy, we often hear, yes we can. Then reality kicks in and we have to admit, no, we can't. But when it comes to the world of renewable energy, we feel it's just the other way round. Here's why. In recent decades, theory and theorists have told us that we cannot rely on renewable energy from wind, water and solar as the only sources for our energy demands. Too expensive, not enough of it, not in the right place at the right time, not powerful enough, not flexible enough. There is no way to store solar energy in an intelligent and effective way.
Really? Ask the trees. They've been doing it for over 300 million years.
As a matter of fact, we have everything we need. Enough CO2-free electrical power, if we want it. The technology to convert it into heat or green and safe hydrogen. The means to store it and distribute it whenever and wherever we want. And today, renewable energy is already the cheapest energy on the market. For the business of renewable energy and our climate, it is now or never. This is why we're building a power plant that generates energy and the future. The Zukunftskraftwerk. where we provide 24 hours of constant energy using the best 4 hours of wind and solar, with an innovative system that combines green electricity, green hydrogen and heat storage to supply all people and all industries with sustainable energy around the clock. We believe that if we collectively overcome old barriers of thinking and make this happen together, we will create energy that is both ecologically and economically sustainable, help our climate, and save the world. And that's just for starters. H2E. Join us and change the game of energy.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome here for our final panel of the day in the Europasaal on day one of the Berlin Energy Transition Dialogue. Ports and urban areas moving towards a post-fossil future. At first glance, maybe it doesn't seem to go together, but I know that our panelists who are here today are going to weave a story for us that lets us know why ports and urban areas belong together. And what we're going to look at during our panel today is which technologies and concepts can be used to decarbonize urban areas and ports to create post-fossil economies. Joining me for today's panel are here in the middle, my apologies. Here in the middle, Kirsti Berger, the Director of Energy and Climate Change in Scotland. Johanna Christensen, the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum. Susanne Hunicke, the Head of Sales and Business Solutions for Vattenfall. And Fatsia Pusterla, the representative for the IDB Group office in Europe at the Office of Outreach and Partnerships at the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me this afternoon for this panel. We might have some time for audience questions later this afternoon, but I'd like to start off with the first round of questions, each looking at how we can speed up the decarbonization in urban areas and ports. Kirsti Berger, I'd like to start with you. Now, I know that Scotland aims to achieve its net zero carbon goal by 2045, but by 2032, Scotland will already meet well above 100% of its electricity demand with renewables. I know that wind power is leading the way, but you're also increasingly using innovative tidal and wave power systems as well. When it comes to thermal energy production, though, the usage of fossil energies is still high. What are your government's key policies to ensure rapid decarbonization of urban areas and Scottish ports?
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the audience who are hanging on until 5 o'clock this evening. So it's the hardcore here, but it's great to see you all here. So I'll actually start quite broad and talk a little bit about what we're doing in Scotland, and then I'll try to weave together what we're doing on urban areas and ports. In Scotland, we have, as you said, quite very ambitious climate change targets. We have also got a very strong track record. We have reduced our emissions by 50% on 1990 levels, which I think is well, not quite unique, but I think it's a pretty impressive track record. And that has been through decarbonising our electricity system, basically moving away from coal to renewables. But we do in Scotland have the opportunity to go much, much further. We are a fairly small country population-wise. We are 5.4 million people. But our renewable resources in Scotland are absolutely vast. And that's particularly in terms of expansion, in terms of offshore wind, where we have a potential pipeline of about 40 gigawatts in the fairly near future. And with that comes the potential to produce hydrogen, and particularly green hydrogen as well. So the potential is enormous there, and it's fantastic to be here at the conference because we've had a number of conversations with German colleagues in particular on the opportunity to produce hydrogen and export to Germany. So, I mean, I'll kind of weave in some of our targets, but we have the potential to produce about half a million tons of hydrogen by 2030, looking up to about 3 million tons by 2045, which can, obviously help us in Scotland decarbonise our energy system, so both the renewable electricity and potentially the hydrogen. But I think, it's a small, resource-rich country with a strong history of innovation in energy and production of energy through our oil and gas sector. We've got a real opportunity to support colleagues in people in Europe and also Germany in particular. So just moving this down to cities and ports, I'll say a couple of things, and I'm sure we'll pick up a lot of this in conversation. So in Scotland, the transport sector and the building sector together accounts for about 45% of our emissions. So that's a really, really good chunk of it, and a large part of that is in urban areas. In the UK and in Scotland, we have quite an old housing stock, Victorian houses, so that, a lot of them are heated by gas. So the big challenge for us now is demand reduction, so shifting from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. And in housing, in decarbonising our buildings, we see the two key technologies being heat networks, and we were talking quite a bit about this before we started on the panel, and also electrification with potentially some role for hydrogen in relation to heat networks. On ports, well, you can say, ports and harbours, you can say a bunch of things around ports and harbours, and I think there are two angles we can come at this at. So one is around creating economic opportunities which are net zero focused in our ports and harbours. In Scotland, we have a lot of ports and harbours that are focused on the oil and gas industry, and our challenge now is to support the people who live in cities like Aberdeen and some of the cities on the west coast, transition and find opportunities in the net zero economy. So I'll maybe come back to that. And then the second opportunity is obviously on decarbonising ports and harbours, actually the operations in themselves. In Scotland, one of the things we're really focused on is that first piece, which is around creating the economic opportunities, be that in offshore wind, be that in hydrogen, because people have the skills and the expertise, and we have a deep and broad level of companies that have are operating in the oil and gas sector, but where actually a lot of that skill and expertise is transferable to renewables industries.
Thank you very much, Kirsty Berger. We're going to come back to decarbonising urban areas in another round of questions, but first, Johanna Christensen. Ports are often connected to the infrastructure of major cities. And now I know the Global Maritime Forum has started the Getting to Zero Coalition, which is partly funded by the World Economic Forum. The 200 signatory organizations from the maritime sector committed to achieving the complete decarbonization of shipping by 2050, which is it's a pretty big goal to have. And what are the important milestones that need to be met along the way in order to reach this goal?
Well, thank you for those questions. Maybe it'd be useful to give a little bit of context about the maritime sector and its decarbonization. So first of all, it's considered one of the hard-to-abate sectors, and one of the reasons for that is that it cannot be directly electrified, except for when ships are in port or traveling very short distances, for example, along coastal areas, ferries and the like. So most of the ships will need to transition to another kind of fuel than the fossil fuels that are used today. Another big part of the challenge is that it's a highly disaggregated and sort of fragmented industry. Save for a few major players in container shipping, it's lots and lots of small ship owners, highly disaggregated value chains with lots of different linkages between that makes it really hard to move the sector as a whole. Another big challenge is the scale of the problem. So shipping today uses about 300 million tons of fossil fuels on an annual basis. And that's to power about 80,000 ships that trade globally. And that's everything from plowing across the Pacific Ocean to small coastal trades between small islands, as you have them in Scotland as well. So it's so vast and so highly differentiated. So those are part of the challenge. But luckily, there are also really good solutions that are available. So that's something that we work on. And part of what motivated us at the Global Maritime Forum to set up the Getting to Zero Coalition is that in this sort of fragmented, highly diversified picture, how can we bring all the stakeholders together to have them work together on developing the solutions? And that collaboration is really a key part of how we're going to make this happen in a sector like shipping. So we've brought together all these different parts of the value chain, if you will, of the maritime value chain. That includes ports and infrastructure, that includes shipping companies, that includes the cargo that is traded. So that's everything from consumer goods to iron ore to everything in between. And as well as finance, civil society, lots of other parts of that ecosystem. And what we see in that work is that there's a tremendous amount of activity. At latest count, we've seen actually very close to 400 zero-emission demonstration projects happening all over the world. A growing pipeline of hydrogen projects, and I'll get back to why that's important for shipping specifically. Increasing number of companies like Maersk and O&E and IKEA and Amazon and Citi, Citibank and Societe Generale and companies that finance shipping, etc., making very ambitious targets or setting very ambitious targets specifically for shipping decarbonization. And together, for us, this paints a pretty clear picture that it's definitely possible to decarbonize the sector, even though it's considered one of the hard-to-abate sectors. In terms of the milestones to get there, I think we see two main areas that need to be in place. First of all, that governments, such as those that are represented here today, translate their climate commitments into really concrete frameworks and policy measures for the sector. And shipping is in this particular club of very, very few sectors that actually has its own global regulator, which is both a huge advantage and to some degree a bit of an Achilles heel. And in our case, that's the International Maritime Organization, which is based in London. And over the next few months, the member states of the International Maritime Organization will be deciding a new strategy for how to decarbonize the sector, including the level of ambition and how we get there and whatnot. And so for us, that means we have this really clear window of opportunity to put the sector on a Paris-aligned pathway. And so for us, that's this real opportunity to unlock all the benefits that come with decarbonizing the maritime sector in terms of justice and equity, development opportunities, creating resilient ports and supply chains, improving local health conditions around port areas and the like, new markets for innovative technologies and the like. So that's a really a lot of opportunity. It's alongside just bringing down climate emissions, which are also pretty important. So that's one of the elements, and it's really it's really unusual to see an industry that calls to be regulated in a way, and especially the shipping industry is not one that's typically been highly regulated, and so from that point of view, here we are really calling out for those measures to come into place. To enable investments into the sector, to promote clarity on technologies and the like. I think the other main element that we see as another sort of milestone, if you will, and that relates more directly to ports and urban areas, is sort of support for green shipping corridors to test and mature technologies and regulations and the like. And I can come back at a later stage to why green shipping corridors matter, but functionally they're a way to simplify a really complex issue. So rather than having to boil the whole ocean at a time, we simplify and focus on specific opportunity in specific geographies. And I think one of the reasons that that's so important is that we look at shipping's energy transition as an S-curve, and as in many other sectors, including the rollout of renewable energy, for example, a lot of the sort of the early stage, everything moves incredibly slowly, glacially slow, right? And then at some point, when the technologies have matured and the market has developed properly, suddenly it just goes like whoosh, and everything, there's a huge uptake. And that's how we look at shipping decarbonization. And so what we're working on more concretely is how can we, over this decade, so by 2030, how can we get to that tipping point, that when it goes whoosh, right? So, and according to the best guesses, or I should say the research and the sort of the analysis that we've done, about 5% uptake of zero-emission fuels in shipping should be enough to reach that tipping point. And that's not a lot. And green shipping corridors are an essential vehicle to get us onto that steep course and onto that whoosh. So that's one of the areas that we hope to focus more on, and I hope we can talk a little bit more on during this.
We can certainly come back and talk about that more later on. Let's now move over here to Susanne Hunnecke. Vattenfall, Wärme Berlin AG, my apologies, not just active in Berlin, but you're also active in Hamburg, which is a major port city. That's Germany's largest port. What kind of technologies is Vattenfall looking to use to decarbonize thermal energy for the industry in Berlin and Hamburg and for that big port?
Okay. First of all, thanks for having me and for being in this beautiful round. Maybe I start with Vattenfall Wärme Berlin AG, which is actually the district heating operator of Berlin. And Berlin has Western Europe's largest district heating system, quite ancient, you might say. And to put it blunt, we are probably Berlin's single most big CO2 emitter nowadays. And that's the task we have ahead, and that is why we have, for years now, been chewing on this question, what is the best technology to decarbonize this system, which is supplying around 1/3 of Berlin with heat. The other 2/3 are mostly still oil and gas in single houses. And, well, there is a few heat pumps, but we are still waiting for that whoosh moment in that sense. From our perspective, there is 3 technology groups. And the first group is everything that adds to the thesis that the way to decarbonization is primarily the way of electrification. I think you said it implicitly already, especially since we don't have the problem that houses, which we have to heat up, move. That seems a bit easier. However, getting such a big system of more than 5 gigawatt capacity installed, and which is supposed to even grow, and also of more than 12 terawatt hours per year thermal consumption, we are now at about 70% gas. We are finally taking off the last 2 coal plants in Berlin until 2030, so that is the biggest reduction we have done so far. However, getting rid of those 70% gas is still a big way to go. So the first group which we look into is solutions that are power to heat, heat pumps, anything that is on the way through electrification. The second group we look up is actually anything that helps us for peak shaving, which means that we either have peak demands which can be shifted to other hours or even seasons, probably, which is the harder task to find, or anything else that helps us to be more efficient, to see how can we get supply down, how do we find leaks in the system, anything like that. So more or less to optimize and to help the peak shaving. And the rest, for the time being, is maybe a bit easy put green hydrogen, which is also a bit of a placeholder. By now, it's also maybe, there will be cities like Berlin which don't have the geothermal conditions like in southern Germany. There will be geothermal projects also here, no question about that, but it's not a game changer up here in the north. We don't have a lot of industry. We'll have some data centers to get heat, but not to have those 5 to 6 gigawatt capacity. And so it's a bit of a placeholder, and also we need things that can be stored and in seasons, and really if we have a longer period without electricity available, that would be kind of the last resort. But that's basically the 3 groups we look at, and which we are now implementing in the system. There's tons of projects going on to decarbonize the 12 major plant sites here in Berlin. And there is also a shift of the system. I mean, usually when people talk about decentral energy systems, we refer to as single housing units are very decentral. When we talk about decentral, it means that instead of maybe 10 to 15 major sites, we'll have maybe 200 decentralized heat pumps, even heat pumps in the size of 10 megawatt, 50 megawatt, 70 megawatt across the whole city. So that is my current position on when I talk about decentral. In Hamburg, just to be correct, we don't own the district heating head in Hamburg. However, it's also an area where Vattenfall has a lot of activity, and also for other areas of business we are active in. The primary strategy is the strategy of electrification, and the Port of Hamburg was actually the first place where we had a large electricity storage in place for usage in fleets, electromobile fleets, which are in operations in the ports, and that was actually the very first operational steps and experiences we collected there.
Thank you very much. I'd like to look now, Fatsia Pusterla, move to another part of the world, namely Central and South America. The IDB is currently funding around 622 projects, 32 of which are active in the urban development and housing sector, and 43 specifically in energy. What are the key challenges, that your projects tackle to decarbonize cities in Central and South America?
First of all, thank you. It's great for me to be here and complement the already very interesting interventions we've heard from the perspective of the Inter-American Development Bank, which is a regional development bank focusing on Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have a very peculiar regional perspective, and just to set the scene, it's important to remember that most of Latin American ports are located where our biggest cities are, and this trend is growing. So this is where we see the maritime issue and the urban issue coming together in our day-to-day work. Second part, which is also very important, is that 90% of international trade in Latin America and Caribbean moves through ports. So also this is a huge number that we have to take into account. The last part, last 2 points I wanted to make is about vulnerabilities of ports and cities. Clearly, climate change has shown us that cities that are in coastal areas are very vulnerable, and this is tangible in terms of losses and damages that countries need to face, particularly in the Caribbean, but not only. Just have a couple of numbers in the recent hurricanes. For example, in 2019, in the Hurricane Dorian, there was a generated losses of $13 million in the Bahamas only. And in Honduras, the Hurricane Doria and Eta causes losses of over $4 million US dollars. So this is a day-to-day challenge that is also a growing trend. And finally, the other challenge we're facing is that with growing cities and growing challenges, the decarbonization clearly is an objective, but in the meantime, we're seeing increasing pollution, ship traffic, cargo handling activities that may disrupt other activities in a city. So this is the context. I would like to highlight 3 areas where we're currently focusing. Some of them have been mentioned already to tackle both the maritime challenges and opportunities and urban development as well. The first one is that we're truly supporting countries in enabling their frameworks for a green and resilient transition. Okay? This is somehow inserted in most Latin American countries and Caribbean countries' agenda. Still, it's incipient. Okay? So we're trying to make sure that we support the LAC policy agenda in having this item in as priority in the dialogue and conversation of our policymakers. And we're not doing this alone. And here I would like to stress what my colleagues have already mentioned, that partnerships are fundamental here. And for example, with the Global Maritime Forum, we're truly trying to bring together different actors to move the needle. Okay, so this is very important, both in terms of transfers of knowledge, of best practices, developing policy frameworks, leveraging technology, very important for Latin America and the Caribbean, and of course, including resiliency in infrastructure building, which is fundamental. The second point that was already mentioned was about electrification of the transport sector, and I wanted to share some numbers that are quite surprising. We conducted recently a report that was published last year, where we asked ourselves how electrifiable was the region. And surprisingly, out of 132 routes, we concluded that almost 40% of them could be electrifiable, which is really a lot. Now, this is the numbers we could be working on. We have identified 4 of them that could be immediately, intervened. And these 4 routes are located in 4 countries. One is Brazil, then we have Costa Rica, we have Chile, and we have Mexico. So indeed, huge countries. Looking at the future, and if we fast forward to 2040, in terms of investment, all of these activities could represent a total market of $6.8 billion US dollars. What does this mean? It means a lot of opportunities, including the idea of creating jobs. But again comes the challenge. We need to create the skilled workforce. And here, again, thinking of partnerships, we're working quite closely with Germany in terms of promoting green skills in the region. Okay? And the last point is about now answering truly your question about urban planning in port cities. And again, here we are working in many cities. We know that there is this growing trend, particularly now. We're working in Buenos Aires, Lima, and Kingston with very big projects. And again, the message here would be IDB works at a multi-level and multi-dimensional coordination with different kind of stakeholders. And this is very important because these are complex situations where we need to tackle various problems at the same time. So again, reinforcing the message that these are complex problems and we are, slowly working in them.
Thank you very much. I do want to come back to some of these complex problems, but first, Kersti Berger, I'd like to come back to you. I don't know if you know Berlin. This past weekend, there was, it's called a Volksentscheid, which is like where the people get to go and say something they want to do, and it's an attempt to say we're going to try to move up our goal to become a zero-emission city, and it didn't work out because not enough people showed up, which is a real shame. But sometimes cities do take matters into their own hands and they develop their own climate action plans so that they can decarbonize in these urban areas. How does the coordination of multi-level governance unlock the enormous potential that there is to reduce emissions in ports, in urban areas, of course?
Okay, so I was fortunate to see, I think, some of the people involved in pushing for Berlin to go net zero by 2030, which was admirable. They were cycling along, and I waved at them, and it was lovely.
That's fantastic.
It's my first time in Berlin, so it's a fantastic city. So it was good to be here and good to see that. So in the Scottish Government, we've got a lot of experience on working at at several levels with government. So at one level, it's hugely important that government works with business and a range of groups, but also different parts of government need to work with each other. So in the Scottish Government, we have a number of powers ourselves. So we, for example, have planning powers, but we need to work very closely with the UK government to set some of the rules around what type of energy we have, and they have the really, really big powers of taxation. And then we need to work with local government because very often it's actually local government who has to implement and coordinate some of the policies that we need to put in place in urban areas to achieve that. So if you take, let's take heat, for example, decarbonising our buildings, for example. So we're working very hard with the UK government to encourage them and work with them to ensure that we support the right types of technologies. So we're really keen that we push hard on hydrogen, not just because we have the natural resource in Scotland. We really, really see an opportunity for hydrogen, including to some extent in heat. And with local government, so just to give you a sense of the scale of what we are trying to do in Scotland, we have 2.6 million homes in Scotland. We are looking to decarbonise about 1 million of these by 2030, which is not very far away. And you can just imagine the challenge. So it's new build is relatively straightforward because you can plan what you can do. You can put in a nice little district heating system or a heat network. Our older properties are much more challenging. And so in Scotland, we've got a real mix of buildings, of types of buildings. So one of the things we are doing with local authorities is to get them to set out local heat and energy efficiency strategies, sort of plans, so that they map out in their local authorities what are the kind of areas that are most suitable for heat networks and what are the kind of areas which are much more suitable for individual heat installations. And we will at some point have to bring in regulations in Scotland to require people to make changes to their homes. So that will be energy efficiency measures, but also switching to zero carbon, so we call them non-direct emissions heating systems in Scotland. So once the local authorities have these maps about where you have heat networks and where you have you can have individual installations or very, very decentralized systems, as you call them, then we have a clear picture of what needs to happen where in Scotland. And we've got a very good framework of how we work with local authorities. So in urban areas, it's particularly around decarbonising buildings, as I said, also how we decarbonise the transport system. So how do we give support, ensuring that we give sufficient support for local authorities to develop public transport and develop active travel. So we need to work like this, particularly with local authorities, but also the UK government. I mean, it's not without challenge because money is tight everywhere right now, and so there's always discussions between the central government and the local government around funding. But that notwithstanding, I think in the net zero area we've got very, very good relationship with local government. I think the final area I'll touch on is not so much about decarbonisation, but it's the point you raised around resilience, building resilience, and that's a huge issue in developing countries where people are least able to cope with that. But that again, building resilience in cities. So, for example, cities like Glasgow, where I live, right on the Clyde, which is quite a big river. It's a tidal river. Building resilience and adaptation has often taken the back. Is further down the agenda than mitigation, but it is just shooting up the agenda with increased weather events. So we're also working really, really closely with local authorities. And again, they're the ones who have expertise on a lot of the infrastructure and where some of and best able to identify the particular risks in these local areas. So we're working very, very closely with local authorities to build resilience, to support them in doing that, and to making sure they sort of collaborate with other similar local authorities and share experience so that we can build resilience to climate change as well as reducing the emissions through mitigation.
Thank you very much. Susanna, I think you wanted to respond, which I think, yes.
Yeah, or maybe to add on what you described, how you see the role of government or more decentral or municipality. In Germany, we have a law in the making, I heard, which is it's called municipal heat planning, which is kind of the same targeting those plans. Where do you have a heat system? Where do you have a single solution for the house and stuff? And I think maybe that was invented in Denmark, I guess. However, I think those things, they show very clearly, or why is the law in the making and why isn't it yet there? Because there is 3 different levels involved. There is the state level, or the federal level in Germany. And I think why are they important? Because they are the ones who are putting the urgency in this sense. They say, okay, we see there is federal states or municipalities who have been acting on their own. In southern Germany, that's Freiburg. In the northeast, it's Rostock. They are very far ahead with those strategies. However, they are a very few ones actually at that stage. And the federal government has seen that there is good practice, and they are the ones who are using their position now to also, have positive pressure on the other federal states and municipalities to go there. What does the federal government, however, lack, or the federal institutions? Heat, more than cooling, is a very local thing. What do you have as heat sources? What do you have of demand? Do you have industry? Do you have housing? It's a very local business, so there is no one-size-fits-all solutions. That's why you have the municipalities. And I think that is a very good example. And I think, Johanna, you said that usually regulation in Western or in market driven economies is not a very positively associated word. However, this is a kind of regulation. Really, I think all stakeholders are quite happy to see that it's happening, because there is mostly only upsides in there, because it's supposed to help us get there faster, to have a more clear plan, and also to make sure that the major infrastructures, being the transmission grid for electricity or gas grids, which are totally like somewhere else planned than in those municipalities, that they get in tune. And I think that is something I like about this concept, and happy to hear that you're there as well.
Thank you so much for jumping in. I want to come back to this now, because you talked a little bit about, we talked a bit about what government can do, what's possible from the governmental side, and I want to come to you, Johanna Christensen. I want to go back, we talked a bit about the Getting to Zero coalition, and it's committed to getting commercially viable deep sea zero emission vessels powered by zero emission fuels by 2030, which we already talked about. Wow, that's really coming up. What kind of support do you need from national and regional governments in order to reach this goal?
So, well, there are two different ways to come at it. The one is focused more on the technology, and the other is focused more on, I guess, location-based in a way. So our research shows very clearly that hydrogen-derived fuels like ammonia and methanol are likely going to play a decisive role in shipping's energy transition. And the reason why that is because they're quite promising in terms of, and to deliver that steep part of the S-curve. Like the scalability is a huge part of why they're the most suitable fuels for decarbonizing shipping. And as I mentioned, we need to replace 300 million tons of fossil fuels that are used today with these hydrogen-derived fuels. And these fuels are likely going to be quite a bit more expensive than the traditional fossil fuels, and that's in part because the fuels that shipping uses today is basically the sludge that's left over when everything else is refined away. So it's a byproduct de facto. It's garbage, and then it gets put in ships to burn. And so we need to replace that garbage with some like really high-end product. Functionally, that's quite expensive to produce, at least today. And so, but that at the same time, shipping could well be one of the biggest long-term markets for offtake markets for green hydrogen, such as might be produced in Scotland, in Latin America, where there's a huge potential for it as well. So from that point of view, national policy to support the production of those fuels is incredibly important because it can help bring down the cost faster. So obviously there's a green premium that's going to play a role. There are lots of private sector investments that are going to play a role in promoting the uptake. But that alone is probably not going to cut it. And so while we advocate for action at the international regulator, the IMO, national action also plays a big role, such as we see it with the likes of the IRA in the US, helping to bring down the production costs of clean hydrogen, and other sorts of instruments, the Fuel EU Maritime. There are other sort of instruments that can help either at a national or sort of regional level to bring down the cost of that fuel. The other sort of the more location-based, if you will, that we work on quite a bit in the Getting to Zero coalition, and where's a lot of potential, especially for port cities, is around this concept of green shipping corridors. And this is where sort of first mover governments and cities can really go quite a long way. And so this concept of green shipping corridors is something that we advocate for quite a bit in the Global Maritime Forum. And we define that as a place where, so shipping routes, so typically point to point, where zero emission shipping can be applied and be tested out as part of that emergence phase. So before we get that steep uptake, and as a way to get us to that steep uptake. And in a way, it's a way of not having to do everything everywhere all at once, but just taking a chunk and saying, okay, let's focus here. There are good conditions in place. There are good willing stakeholders that are willing to invest. There are maybe good conditions for the production of the fuel. There might be other elements that support, and then you can go there. And here we've seen that ports facilitated by their local governments, can play a huge role as conveners, as bringing together the stakeholders that then put these green quarters in place. And there are already many projects underway. Some 20 to 25 projects are already underway. Some of those involving major port cities include Singapore to Rotterdam container trade, Antwerp to Montreal, LA to Shanghai, but also some bulk trades. For example, shipping iron ore from South Africa to Europe is a project that was announced last week. And so there's lots of different ways in which this can be applied. And I have to mention, just because you talked about the River Clyde before, there are a lot of governments that are supporting these efforts as well. So I think we're up to 26 governments signed the Clydebank Declaration that was launched at COP26, which is effectively governments that support the concept of green shipping corridors and seek to work together to establish these corridors and get these technologies, fuels, etc., regulations, frameworks, commercial setups, etc., tested so that we can get this broad uptake.
I mean, I want to give you a chance to respond if you want to, because I have a question that ties into this, but please go ahead and respond.
No, I think it's fantastic, and it's really interesting to think about. So I've actually got a couple of questions. Am I allowed
this
to?
is the yes, please, please.
So I'll just say, so one of Scotland's interests in this is that we've got a couple of our islands. I talked about our ports, which have so far been servicing purely the oil and gas sector, but they're now looking to transpose into hydrogen and green hydrogen in particular. So, for example, we've got a number of offshore wind farms which are planned to be built off Shetland. Shetland's right between Norway and Scotland, basically, and there's huge opportunity there to basically transform the oil and gas import terminal into a hydrogen import terminal with the port there. And likewise in Orkney, we've got the Flotta project, which again, has got the opportunity to produce hydrogen from offshore wind farms which aren't that far away to support the local economy, but also potentially be a hydrogen refueling station for the shipping trade. So just these are things that we are looking at in Scotland. But my question is, to what extent does this, green shipping routes and the decarbonisation of the maritime sector in general, to what extent is that driven by governments and regulation, and to what extent does it also come from some of the large shipping companies themselves? You hear, for example, Maersk taking a decision on using more sustainable fuels. So the question is, to what extent can companies be in the driving force here versus just governments?
Thank you.
I'll respond just very briefly.
Yes.
So there are lots of companies that are being first movers, but I think for all of them, certainly with the conversations that we're having with them, they're doing that in anticipation of regulation, of coming regulation. So in other words, they're taking a sort of an anticipatory step out into the void, hoping that a bridge will emerge underneath them, effectively. and so this is why I also speak so with such fervor about what needs to happen at the International Maritime Organization, because this is the regulation that is, that applies at a global level and that can really help move the sector forward and make sure that those companies that have taken these anticipatory steps aren't forced to retreat. But I will say national, regional, EU has done an amazing job of putting in place a system or a framework that will certainly impact everything that gets traded in and out of the EU. So that's great. But this would be so much more effective if it was in place at a global level.
Thank you very much. I want to sort of say, yes, please, Fatia, I've got a question for you, but please.
Okay, no, just complementing on what was mentioned before about piloting and segmenting, basically. I think here the Inter-American Development Bank truly has a role, of course, for projects in Latin America and the Caribbean in offering support whenever there would be a chance, to pilot. As you was mentioning before, there is a great need to have the incentives to start off. So we are happy to support projects in the region in this sense.
It's fantastic. Thank you very much. The question that I have for you ties in with this as well. You know, looking globally, in the last 10 years, it went from around 52% of the world's population living in cities to 57% of the world's population living in cities. Obviously, there's a lot of discrepancy, you know, from country to country, from region to region. However, what is important is that about 70% of CO2 emissions are made by cities, by urban areas, which means when we've talked about this, we have to think about transportation, we have to think about housing, we have to think about, you know, how real economies can be decarbonized. I want to ask you first, Fazia, looking at Latin America, what kind of financing mechanisms do you need to support cities, or what kind of funding mechanisms are needed to support cities on their way to this post-fossil future? And what technologies and strategies are you deploying to create livable cities with decarbonized economies, also ports, and resilience to climate change?
Okay, well, it's a very complex question. I'll try to be brief. In terms of financing mechanism, more and more we are seeing the need of, implementing subnational financing mechanism, which, to be completely frank, are very complex to manage. So this also brings us to understanding how cities can get ready in being more sophisticated in negotiating, receiving resources, and then, of course, implementing them. Now, the scenario towards the future tells us, at least for Latin America and the Caribbean, that in less than 20 years or so, there will be over 100 million people living in only 6 cities. So hopefully, these huge cities will have this capacity. What I'm thinking more of here is middle-sized cities. We have a huge network of cities that is currently active in Latin America and the Caribbean. It includes over 150 million people. And the challenges that these middle-sized cities face are also related to these instruments. So hopefully in time we can strengthen their capacity. The second instrument, which is very important, is public-private partnerships, PPPs, that we need to be able to see more, and again, having the capacity to work with these instruments and implement the resources. Okay, so answering the second part of your question, what we're trying to do to support, and as was mentioned before, not only the decarbonization challenge, but also the resiliency challenge. We're working on 3 levels with cities. And again, let's remember, many cities are also huge ports, okay? So we have the idea of working with neighborhoods. So most of our projects are to support neighborhoods, especially those that are by the river, by the port, to become more resilient, more inclusive. Because let's remember also that many of these neighborhoods are the most affected by poverty and by inequality. The second point we're working on is also promoting more livable cities in terms of transportation, which connects also with ports. And again, here, many examples about electromobility, bus rapid transports, or even using more bicycles. So many different examples. Again, we're focusing mostly on middle-sized cities. And last point, very important, going from the neighborhood aspect to what was mentioned before, the housing projects. So we are trying to build social housing that is resilient and that brings us towards the objective of decarbonization. There again, we have very different tools. We work these both from the public sector side, but also from our private sector arm, using interesting tools such as social bond emissions as well. I'll stop here, because it's very, very complex.
I think we have 2 panelists. Thank you very much. 2 panelists that would like to respond. Kersti Berger, please.
So financing the transition is huge, huge topic, and touches on urban areas and ports. But that's why everybody wanted to jump in and say something. So I'll say a couple of things around what we're doing in in Scotland. So one of the mechanisms we've got, going back to the point about working with local government, is a green, we call it a green growth accelerator. So basically it is supporting local governments when they have projects that have carbon emissions and help the social net zero transition. So ensure that we create sort of green related jobs, in particular where they have been fossil fuel related jobs before. We co-finance, so local authorities can bid into a pot of money we have in the Scottish Government, and we will match that, and that will be subject to the local authorities achieving certain emission reductions and creating jobs in the green economy as a result. So that's been quite successful. On financing, I mean, to simplify a little bit, there's sort of a financing issue about where the private sector can come in and invest and they will get a return in the future. So, you know, offshore wind farms, I mean, the market is mostly sorting that with some government support. So but that's where private investors come in and they get return themselves. There are other areas where it's a little bit different. So buildings, again, is about smoothing the costs to individual over time. And we talk about that in financing as well. So if you think, you know, currently, you know, a gas boiler, I'm going to use pounds, costs about £2,000 or something. But for investing in zero emission housing, that is going to, if we're honest, have much, much higher capital costs. We estimate that it's around, an average of about £14,000 or something per household. So that is huge. So you mention a number like that, and you know everybody sits up. But if you think of it in the context of the value of your house, now this works for people who have properties. It's harder for people who don't have properties yet. But you know, if your house is worth something like £200,000, and you can incorporate this into your mortgage and pay it off on a much, much longer time frame, then it becomes more manageable. So that the kind of tools we are looking at in the Scottish Government is about, you know, incentivising the private sector. So where is there a market failure, or where does government step in to help leverage in private sector finance? And in Scotland, we've just not too long ago created a Scottish investment bank that's focused on net zero to help with that, but also look at how we help individuals spread the costs of the investments they have to make personally over time. And in addition to that, providing significant finance for those who are just not going to be able to pay for that. So in Scotland, we have set aside £1.8 billion over this Parliament to support building decarbonisation, and quite a bit of that is going to be spent on households who are at risk of fuel poverty, who, you know, spend a very high proportion of their income and will continue to do so on heat, to make sure that this is a fair transition, and those who just cannot afford to pay for it get the support they need to make the net zero investment themselves.
Thank you very much, Kirsty Berger. Johanna Christensen.
Well, I think from the sort of the financing and investment perspective, so achieving net zero emissions in shipping, we often look at it as an investment opportunity as well. By our calculations, about $2 trillion worth of investment opportunity, most of which is on land. So about 85% or so would be landside investment into infrastructure and ports and the production of the zero emission fuels. And ports, and by implication the cities where they are, could capture a large amount of that value, right? And so because ports sit at that nexus between cities and shipping and energy, you know, they can support decarbonization, but then at the same time also get to reap the benefits of it, of that kind of inflow of investment, and in all three areas effectively. And so this sort of idea of being able to put in place in shipping it's called bunkering, so making the fuels available in the ports, also as a way to make it available for local industry and for other sectors, and it sort of becomes, and you start having this sort of notion of energy hubs, if you will. And I think Rotterdam is a good example that we've seen of them. I'm sure there are some of the Scottish cities that are looking at that as well as a potential for the future, to see like this is energy for shipping, but it's also for other industrial sectors that are going to be using the same hydrogen-derived energy sources, and it becomes a way of sort of creating jobs, green jobs, of getting inward investment, etc. And it benefits these sectors that depend highly on these technologies and fuels to become available at a global scale, right? So.
Thank you very much, Johanna Christensen. We have just a few minutes left. Susanne Hunicke, you're sitting next to me, and I see you nodding along, and I want to make sure I give you a chance to respond as well. We have a few minutes. If there's someone in the audience that wants to ask a question, have it in your head for just a minute. But I want to give you first, Susanne Hunicke, a chance to respond to the discussion that we've been having so far today.
Well, maybe less a response than a confirmation. I recently joined a group of women from mobility meeting women from energy, and we came to this conclusion that even though the industries seem quite different, it's about infrastructure and it's about major investments. And implicitly, we have the same question everywhere: what is the best financing models? I mean, of course, you can have like market mechanisms, like well, of course, also making alternatives more expensive, like CO2 emission rights and stuff. And I think that is one of the things which are simply where we have room for more. I think that is also a big part of international politics, even though, of course, EU is something, and then to broaden things, it's another. I know that, but I think that is also the point where it gets to private companies as big actors and to get us moving. I don't want to take my own company out of that. You could also target the consumers, and that is something which is also a mind shift in energy consumption behavior, or because usually energy consumers are targeted with the cost, and that's totally fine if you are the one who is the one who can influence the consumption, but it only works to a certain extent, and that's what you said, because you need the capital expenditures upfront, and that is nothing which usually, especially if you take cities like Berlin, we have a rather, or more than, I think, 70% of the households are rental houses. So the ones who pay the costs are actually not the ones who would have the opportunity even to invest. And that is kind of also a mechanism where, I don't know, it's about infrastructure and it's about these questions, and where I would also advocate that that it's a state role to get into there, knowing that, for example, also that is a driver for regulation, to make sure things happen smoothly and to get the credibility for the investments. But maybe that's kind of a reflection more to what you said already.
As one of those people who rents in Berlin, I am also really looking forward to that infrastructure. I think we did have a question from the audience. Linda, we have about 4 minutes, so I'll ask you to be brief as you ask your question, and then we'll see who can handle it here in about 30 seconds. I know that's never easy to do. A question from the audience.
Okay, my name is Bahaj, and I'm from the University of Southampton in the UK. So my question would be particularly about the UK. So I presume my colleague from Scotland may be the person to deal with it. There is a huge amount of pressure from certain sectors in the UK to decarbonize heating in homes by replacing boilers with hydrogen-ready boilers. Do you think that hydrogen is the best way forward to heat up homes when it is proved to be, well, evidence indicates about 5 times more energy intensive, it's more expensive for the consumer, and also it's bad for the environment? Or do you think we should go for heat pumps rather than going for hydrogen? And why is there a project in Scotland demonstrating that fact? Too many questions, sorry.
I'll try and answer most of them, and I think it was quite a UK and Scottish directed question. So, but others feel free to chip in. So as I said, our approach to decarbonising heat in Scotland is primarily through heat networks, which can be fueled by a range of sources, of low carbon sources, and following that, it's individual homes and electrification. We do see a potential role for hydrogen in the heating systems, for example, as part of a heat networks solution. The UK government is also going to make a decision this year on whether we can blend hydrogen into the gas network. And that would be blending up to 20%. So where we are is still, looking at hydrogen as an option as part of the the decarbonisation of homes. I think what we don't see in Scotland is a one-for-one substitution of hydrogen for gas in the network as a whole. I think increasingly, kind of for the reasons that you set out, the costs of doing that are pretty prohibitive. But as in a lot of areas of decarbonising, we still need to sort of look at a range of options and keep a range of options fairly open. So looking at things like hydrogen-ready boilers is one of the things we'd be looking at as well. That wasn't 30 seconds, was it? Sorry.
That was definitely not 30 seconds, but that's okay. We've come to the end of our panel, but I think it's unfair to you and to the audience as well who's stuck with us. I know that you'd like to respond, and I'll say, and we'll go down the line, our final statements, and we'll wrap up the first day of the BETD here in the Europasaal. Susanne Hoeneke, 30 seconds.
I'll spend my 30 seconds rather on the audience question then, if I may.
Please.
Because I think one advertisement for heat grids, they are not the either-or questions. If you have a grid with a few, be it 10 or 100 heat generators, some of them may be heat pumps, some of them may be direct power to heat, others may be for really low electricity availability, maybe hydrogen facilities. And that is the big plus, I think, of heat grids, at least for urban areas. It's different in the countryside. I only know the heat pump as the preferable solutions, but maybe that about heat grids, and I think it's an old system, but it's also a system where you can replace those things if technologies change, or if availability of hydrogen or whatever comes next increases.
Thank you very much. Kirsty Berger.
I'll be super quick to
super
make
quick.
Up for my, so basically just to say thank you very much for inviting me onto the panel, because there's nothing like talking about what is happening in different countries and different sectors in person. You learn so much. I've been working in the sector for about 15 years now. You learn so much from events like this. So thank you, and thank you for the question in the audience as well.
Thank you so much, Johanna Christensen.
Well, likewise, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to join and just to make my final little case for it. You said it so well, Susanne, like the by putting a price on pollution, we can really solve so many challenges in shipping specifically. It's not just the sector itself, but it's investment in energy infrastructure, including in many middle-income, low-income countries that have an enormous renewable energy potential. We can cover loss and damage by putting a price on pollution. There's so many things that can be done. So yeah, for anybody who's listening and has any influence on that, please do so.
Thank you, Johanna Christensen. Fatsia Pusterla, close us out.
Let me also say thank you. It was great. I've learned a lot. We shared a lot about Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me just reinforce the three messages. One, we discussed about cities, and cities are complex, are growing, and they're systems. And this is why we talked about many different solutions that have to come together at the same time. And the last point is that, again, since the a majority of the population already in Latin America and the Caribbean lives in cities, and this trend is growing, truly cities are the solution possibly to go through to a decarbonized future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to my panelists. This was a fabulous way to end our first day here at the BETD. Once more, Kirsty Berger, the Director of Energy and Climate Change from Scotland. I hope your first time in Berlin has been fantastic so far. I hope we get to see you tomorrow. Johanna Christensen, the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Maritime Forum. Susanne Hoeneke, the Head of Sales and Business Solutions at Vattenfall Wärme Berlin AG. I'm a customer. And Fatsia Pusterla, the representative for the IDB Group Office in Europe at the Inter-American Development Bank. Thank you so much for this panel. Thank you, audience, for sticking with us. You all know we will be back again tomorrow. We have some fantastic sessions in the Europasaal. We also have wonderful sessions in the Weltsaal and studio sessions. And I think maybe we'll be playing now our final studio session. I know there's a party tonight. I won't see you there. But I do hope that I'll see you here tomorrow at the Federal Foreign Ministry of Germany for day 2 of the 2023 BETD. Thank you so much for coming today. Thank you.